Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to talk more about the comprehensive plan. So I think Commissioner Whitley's just around the corner. He'll be in here in a minute, but we can go ahead and start.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us back. Again, my name is Lorna Allen. I'm with Bolton & Mink and the consultant team that is working on Envision Matthews, the comprehensive plan. Thank you. All righty. All right, this evening, we're going to provide you all some project updates, go over the open house that we just had. Then we'll go through scenarios that we've been working on. We have 3 this evening to review with you. Focus areas, zeroing in on some key areas within town, and then talking through plan implementation. All right, we are nearing the end of our project timeline. We just kind of are wrapping up the growth and conservation framework and moving into developing the draft plan. So tonight we'll be having some great conversations with you all, getting some guidance on direction, and we'll begin pulling together the draft plan. We do have information available online. You can see the website below, as well as a QR code to access it. But these are some analysis that has been done earlier on in the planning process. So these reports are available online. And also the open house materials as well. We have had those up the night of the open house so that they're available online. The website's below. Also, we are asking for additional input that will be open through the rest of this week. For those who are unable to attend in person, they can review the materials that were provided at the open house, as well as provide comments and feedback on those materials. Overall, at the open house, we had around just over 50 people join us and sign in, with a total of 71, including consultant, board commissioners, and staff. We had people provide feedback on the various scenarios, the focus areas, and prioritization for the plan implementation. We also asked people to provide feedback in a more unconventional way by providing thoughts and ideas for the future of Matthews on postcards to Matthews. And also, we provided an activity for children who attended to build a future destination in their town, as well as coloring sheets. So I'm going to pass this over to Matt now, but if you would, we're going to invite you all to come down and join us. We want to walk around and talk about the boards with you all. So Matt.
Sure. All right, good evening, members of the board. Thank you again for the opportunity to be with you tonight to talk more about the Envision Matthews comprehensive plan. I am, just out of an abundance of caution, going to show about 3 slides real quick to make sure we all have the same foundation. But as Lorna had mentioned, I'd like to use the room and the space from the boards, and we can go around and speak about them. We have been getting good feedback through the sticky note exercise for those of you who were there in person. And then we've been getting comments back through the survey on the online project website tool as well. So we're combining that, and just to get to the end game, what I'm trying to do in my mind is go from 3 scenarios to 1, right? And there's bits and pieces of those that will come from different letters of the alphabet that we had for the alternative scenarios. And the value of having a discussion like this evening is to try to get it more accurate and closer to right in the first draft of the document, so that we at least know where the target is before we can hit the bullseye. Now, there'll be refinement during the draft document and things, we understand that, but we just want to make sure we're at least heading in the right direction. That's what tonight's discussion is about, at least in terms of scenario planning. So just a couple of quick things, both for you or for members who are watching in the public. We did have a scenario planning component to the comprehensive plan. So for that reason, we were saying not just one future, but maybe more than one future of what you might want to be expecting as you move forward.
Excuse me. Yeah, we have a question from Commissioner Tofano.
Sure.
Yeah, going back to the attendance, excluding elected officials and staff, how many citizens were there?
52.
52. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So we did bake into the planning process scenario testing, where we told stories and measured the impacts of stories and presented trade-offs. What it does, it allows us to get more honed in and more refined on that draft future land use map that will be included in the document. And so to that end, as we've used this slide before, our beginning point were those reports that Lorna had told you are on the website now, the baseline analysis, the market study, and the things. And ultimately, we do need to end in the same place, which is a future land use map to go into the document. Everything in between is flexible and negotiable. And that's this is another opportunity for that. We had one at the community workshop, the project website and the online survey, and then this evening before we start writing a draft document with more confidence. So we are trying to get to a map. So when we ask you questions and things for this evening, I'm going to ask you more map related questions, locational questions that'll help us put things in their place. And again, we'll write around that and then we'll review and revise it as we go forward. So in terms of what we've done and how we've gotten there, again, community input, we've been going over and we've tried to put the fingerprints of Matthews residents, business owners, and property owners on this. We've done the data and analysis as well, and some of the best practices and big ideas that are going on. We throw 10 of them on the wall. If 3 or 4 of them stick, that's great. That's kind of what we were trying to think about as we go through and just generate ideas to think about. So as we went into the scenario planning process, we had these 4 questions, which were really looking at whether we were contemplating reasonable choices based on factors both internal and external to Matthews. Are some of the options going far enough? How would we make them more impactful? And if there was anything we missed. So that's kind of how we started the scenario planning process. With that, then I have 4 new questions that I'll have for you this evening. If we can switch to the tool that we have.
I'd like to ask a question if I could.
Please.
And Nadine, you may want to answer this, or Jay. Have we talked to the big stakeholders like that own the land, like David Blackley, et cetera? Because I know we got in trouble previously by proposing possible outcomes on private property, and the landowners weren't real happy about that. Yeah. So you have talked to the.
Nadine, I'm sorry, can you talk to the podium?
Sorry. I just know this was an issue previously in some of the previous studies we've done, and I want to make sure
we did. Well, you were part of the stakeholder meetings or the interviews at the beginning. So we did try to interview property owners at the beginning. Okay. David Blackley, I believe, was one of them who came in. So yes, we're possible. We've gone out. Some of these suggestions, though, are just for the future, distant future, maybe not something that you would need to talk to a current property owner.
Okay. Yeah. And I think the previous slide that had the highlighted in yellow, these aren't necessarily predictions or exact things that are going to happen, but what could possibly happen.
Yeah. Also, in response to your question, though, I think out of an abundance of caution, as the draft document things come out, we should make sure people know about it, right? And whether it's just posting and the likes or sometimes some phone calls and the like, but we want to make sure everybody understands what's going on within the community and has a chance to comment. And we'll balance all of those comments that we get as we go through the process. But all right, so these are the 4 questions that I'm going to set up for you now. And then I'm going to ask you to leave your seats and kind of come with me on a tour around the room as we go through these questions. Lauren's going to be working with me, and we're actually in real time just going to capture comments kind of on a Post-it note format so that I can use that information and reference it, because frankly, the work needs to start even this evening in order to make our schedule. So we need to start working on this map as soon as we can. So the 4 questions that I'm going to ask us to have a conversation about as we go around the room. Number 1 is, what is the town's appetite for redevelopment in the future? And I'm looking at sites and locations that were represented in the different scenarios. So it's the Family Dollar Distribution Center, the US 74 shopping centers. We had proposed in one of the scenarios, the McKee Farm Shopping Center down by the YMCA, whether if you're looking 20 years out or beyond, whether that needs to have some further investment in the future. or if there's somewhere else that you want to, but we really want to get a good feel about the level and appetite for redevelopment within the community that you'd like us to show on the map. The second one, and I'll go into the feedback we've gotten when we go to the boards, but building heights vis-a-vis how you describe density. What is the desirable targets to look for in our largest activity centers? So I'm looking at the Family Entertainment District, again, the Family Dollar Distribution Center, Novant Healthcare Campus, as well as the Advanced Manufacturing Center at I-485. You know, there's about the 200 plus or minus acres that are now I-2 conditional. You know, is there anything the comprehensive plan was talk about in terms of organization and things of that nature? Number three are what interests, hopes, and concerns exist with the neighborhood activity centers. And when we get to scenario C, we'll talk about that a little bit. But if you remember, coming out of our CAC meeting, as well as some other things, there was this desire about sort of equitable investment throughout the community. And so that really got us east and west within the community with some targeted investments. And then the fourth question, we'll see how we do on time, whether we enter it under my umbrella or we start to transition to Meg and the focus areas. But I need to understand a little bit more about downtown and get some reactions from you all. Not because I'm worried about the details. That's what they're worrying about in the drawings that they're presenting to you. But I need to look at it in terms of like a balance sheet. So how much is going in an activity center? How much is going in downtown? How does all that balance out as a framework for the entire community? So that's where I'm at on that question. So without further ado, if you don't mind, let's go ahead and take a tour. The reason the boards are here is because we can refer back to them and really ask some questions. But I'm not even looking for consensus at this point. If two of you have even opposing views, let's just get them both out there because that'll just help me think about things as we do the planning process.
I'm glad you're not looking for consensus.
No, we're good.
Because you're probably not going to get it.
That's fine. That's fine. So come join me. We'll come around and we're gonna go counterclockwise here.
Except the monotony of a Monday.
No permission slips, no anything. It's really easy. All right, we can just, it's all casual. Okay, so
Sure.
Okay, so I'm Meg Nealon, part of the team, and I have the pleasure of introducing you to the focus areas that we've been working on alongside these scenarios that Matt has just presented. So I'm going to share a little bit with you.
Excuse me for 1 second. Would somebody
Yes.
in the back mind closing the doors, please? Kind of loud out there in the
It
lobby.
is.
Okay. Okay. Leave one open, sir.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, so this portion is about the focus areas. So what are they? They are, and you'll see in a minute, they are illustrations that are purely conceptual. And it helps people understand, people being the reader of the plan, anybody who's trying to work within the framework of the plan, understand the details that are being set forth in the plan at a level that these scenarios, while beautiful, might not dig down at a level to help people grasp some of the things that we're trying to convey through the text and the maps. So in selecting 3 areas, we chose areas that we saw opportunities for change. So we know there's a lot of development pressure in this part of North Carolina, period, this part of the Charlotte region, and on Matthews in particular. But as we talked about it as a group, we explored certain characteristics like where are some areas that are just begging for redevelopment? Where are some opportunities for infill? How can we create more of an experience when we think about change in Matthews? And as we looked at the 74 corridor, and as some of you have pointed out, some of those shopping centers that have been there for decades are past their prime. So we thought, well, that's an opportunity, especially when we think about how people are entering Matthews and setting the tone for the town. And as people make their way into the center, into downtown, there's an experience to be had along the way. So when we think about change in this path to downtown, there are probably some things that through development and amenities and so on the infrastructure to enhance that experience to make a statement about Matthews. So it's orienting and it's also conveying a brand, as Matt was talking about before. So these are the 3 areas that were selected. The shopping center's out at 74 and 51. And then as we make our way in, the area immediately adjacent to Novant, to the hospital, and then up Matthews Mint Hill Road into downtown. So 3 different places, each with their own opportunities and places that we could explore to discover some of the things that are opportunities for change. So we're looking for that overall experience, the destinations within, what should be conserved or what should be created or recreated, the redevelopment and infill development that we might see along the way. And again, this is over time. Seizing economic opportunities so that whatever changes has viability and chance for survival over the long term. We're also looking at connectivity and transitions. So that's how these 3 areas were selected. We'd love to be able to draw the whole town, but that's not feasible. So before we get into the focus areas, just a little bit about translating the maps. So when you're in my spot, taking in this information and weaving together the information that the scenarios are putting forward, we're looking at, Matt talked about places for redevelopment. We also talked about these activity centers. And we also talked about just how intense, like what kind of height, what kind of scale in these areas. And so I'm asking myself, okay, if we come across one, and I'm going to pick on the 7451 area, we've identified that as a redevelopment opportunity. Not 100%, but maybe some of it really wants to be redeveloped over time because of the age of the centers. And as all of you pointed out, things are changing. Those fields of parking really aren't relevant, especially as we go forward to new forms of transportation. We know that there are other shopping centers in the region that take on a different form. There's a greater mix of uses. So to stay relevant over time, we think that's an opportunity. And then just how much, what is that mix? What's the height and so on that we need to take into consideration, the amenities that would be part of that. So all of these come into play and we're asking ourselves, given all of those factors that are surfacing in the maps, what does that say about individual sites or collections of sites in these key areas? And so we take some of that and We'll have descriptions, but just being able to work through those details from the maps, that's the direction I take to start illustrating things to see what might be possible in the future. So in this case, we're looking out at 74 and 51. And at the moment, I would call that a mixed use community center, activity center. So with the description that goes along with that, then we get into the three areas. I had the pleasure of meeting some of you at the last workshop on the 28th. And so we went through some of these details. What was presented at the open house for each of these three areas, it consisted of 3 boards. Those boards had a conceptual plan, the context map, some imagery to further convey what's meant by the plan view conceptual plan, and then some recommendations that are really written as development principles, some things that you should expect out of future development and redevelopment should somebody come forward with an application for that type of change. We also coupled all of that with a case study. So people invariably ask the question, where has this happened before successfully? And so at least one case study with each of these places starts to share some of these types of changes that have taken place elsewhere that are similarly situated and have enjoyed some success. So those were the things that were brought to the community meeting, and we actually had a lot of great conversation with people passing through a lot of very positive feedback. I'll take you through each of these, and as I do, I will point out that the concepts that you see in front of you, they're probably one of a dozen ways that when we interpret what the maps mean, this is just one concept. There are other possibilities that would still be appropriate in keeping with what the maps are telling us. So one of the most important things is, what are the details that we're conveying about our expectations of future development? So here at 74 and 51, we're looking at these big box stores. People love them because they go there on Saturdays. It's what they expect, but they also hate them for all the reasons that, they're tired and it's tough to get around. I have to get in and out of my car. So that was one of the reactions that we got early on in the process, and we're trying to look for ways to reinvent at least a portion of these sites to address that. So then the questions that we got and other comments were, how does redevelopment occur, especially when you've got private property owners involved? How can more connections be made? Then flanking neighborhoods are interested in being able to get there in a safe way, perhaps on foot or bike. And I heard the word exciting over and over. So some of the imagery that people were responding to, they really liked the change that they saw as potential here. And we can return to any one of these illustrations. That's what was brought to the meeting. And then as we move in towards downtown, we stop on Matthews Mint Hill Road close to the hospital. And here's an opportunity for some of those old industrial buildings to be redeveloped at some point. Some of them stay. Harris Teeter's headquarters perhaps is still part of the mix for the foreseeable future. But when you think about people going to the hospital, people working at Harris Teeter, people working in other places there, this is that point in that experience where you might expect some commercial uses that would be looking to support the folks who are visiting at the hospital or working in the area, or maybe even some existing or new residential new residents. And so here again, we're looking for ways to maximize the potential of the properties there and also serve the people who are your daytime population, people who are living in the area and people who may be living here in the future. So folks were looking at the road connections and felt that they made sense and could support a biking and walking network, and like seeing the residential and commercial uses. That would be a nice addition. And then finally, we get into downtown. So this is the one, as somebody was pointing out earlier, we have a lot of questions about downtown. So it is the one that has been explored the least so far, but it's coming together. And some of the things that we talked with folks at the meeting about was, are there more opportunities for vehicular, bike, and pedestrian connections? So what does that look like in the way we treat our streets so that we can support all of those activities and modes, especially with transit coming into this area? Wider sidewalks, one-way streets. Downtown needs more housing. I talked to one couple that actually live in downtown, and they thought that was exciting, that the idea of more people would be living here and more people could walk to some of these destinations that are here and emerging. Redevelopment, somebody mentioned as we were talking back here about the notion of topography being a possibility to take advantage of that. So where you do want to have some additional uses, can you look to those sites that are situated a bit lower than other blocks in the downtown? And maybe that's where you take advantage of some of that height to introduce that mix of uses. And then finally, the historic structures. So we learned more about the historic structures along Trade and just in downtown in general. And so we want to be respectful of that. So we think that there is a way, and we've seen it done in many downtowns, with that integration of new with the old, and both can survive successfully. So that's the nature of what you are seeing in these illustrations. The direction that you're giving all of us tonight will give us more information that we can go on to finish out these illustrations and make them part of the plan to communicate ideas. So how do we use them? It is a communication tool to plant the seed of an idea. And as Matt pointed out before, the property owners have to want to do something. So we're putting that concept out there. Should anybody look at investment, it's a way of saying, here's an idea that's in keeping with our design or our development expectations. And it helps with that conversation. It's an aid, but not a mandate. So what are our next steps in the focus area development? We are synthesizing the input that we got at the meeting, which I shared with you this evening. And then what we hear from you tonight will help us shape these even further. We'll refine the illustrations, and what's important about that is how we couple those with precedent imagery and some of the illustrations that we brought to the early meeting that people responded positively to. And as I said before, the case studies will go along with that. So that's the overview of what was taken to the meeting, some of what we heard, and how we will proceed. We do have updated images because they're in progress on concept board. So if anybody wants to explore any details, we can drop down into that imagery and take a look. And I'll stop there and see if we have any questions.
Are there going to be any more opportunities for public input before?
Do you want to come here?
We currently have these concepts as well as the scenarios online right now through the end of the week for feedback.
Okay. Are we getting any feedback, Maureen? Or is this on there?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I think it's critically important that we get more public input. I mean, it's critically important. Any other questions? Comments?
Okay.
I think we're good.
All right. Ben, you're up.
Great. Thanks, Meg. Okay, so you as a town have invested in updating your comprehensive plan to craft a current vision for how land should be used, how the community should evolve in the years ahead. You've put some resources into to funding this important analysis with scenarios, with concept areas. We now want to set you up through the planning process to help you make a smooth transition to implementation, so that you can take that updated vision and begin to implement different aspects of it on the ground in the community on the heels of the adoption of the plan. So how do we do that? Well, we create an implementation strategy. You've heard really the scenarios embody the core of that. The preferred scenario that comes out of that scenario work sort of describes an overall implementation strategy. At its simplest and most basic, when we're what are we trying to do? We're trying to help you protect what you love about your community and add what you need. So that's in the simplest terms. Then the preferred scenario will add more detail. Also, you are, of course, in a growth context, so you're trying to decide where to guide growth in the community, what amenities to add, and how to link everything together. Y'all, of course, have also gone through some work in last year to prepare an updated strategic plan for the town. And the 12 visions in that plan, everything from creating a well-planned multimodal transportation network to enhancing downtown to creating a healthy community. Those 12 visions also add some more detail in terms of an overall implementation framework. What we've done then is we've identified specific projects that will help you advance each of these 12 visions. And so in order to do that, we've rummaged around in the toolbox available for communities in North Carolina. In fact, I say that jokingly because it's a very intentional exercise. And there are 5 basic kinds of tools that we have at our disposal. The first are development standards as embodied in our ordinances, our unified development ordinance that y'all have in the town that shape how every new development project occurs in the town, where it can occur and what standards it needs to meet. Secondly, of course, as you know so well, you have the tool of public investment, investing in community facilities, investing in infrastructure. So often, these investments are part of a public-private partnership. It might be an informal partnership where a developer is providing some investment and the town's providing other investment, or it could be standalone facilities in some cases. A third tool that you have at your disposal are the programs and the policies that you enact and establish. And so, for example, here you see a litter sweep program, a community beautification effort. You know, if that was a priority in your plan, you could establish a program to do that, maybe working with local organizations to help recruit volunteers. So that would be another example. Whenever we do a community-wide plan, inevitably, we study many things as you are seeing with our scenario work, with our concept areas, but usually we can't study everything. And so sometimes there are follow-up studies to take a closer look at a particular area in the community. Maybe it's an area that's more complicated or has particular issues and we need more time to sort through to identify an appropriate path forward. So follow-up studies are another thing. And then finally, we're always working in a resource-constrained environment. We always almost inevitably want to do more things than we have the funding for. And so we're often looking to try and leverage our resources through partnerships with other organizations. So every tool that we've identified pretty much falls into one of these 5 categories. Now, one of the things I've seen in my work, having reviewed dozens of plans, and I'm the chair of the awards jury for the American Planning Association. So I've seen a lot of different plans. And so often what I see is a laundry list of different implementation strategies that is far beyond what the community is actually able to enact. And so to make sure that we give you a meaningful, impactful, and manageable portfolio, we've gone through a special process with the project team, with your project staff from the planning department, with Ms. Gordon from the manager's office, with folks from other departments, public works and the like, to identify projects that advance each of those 12 visions in your strategic plan. And then to really talk through them and make sure that they're things that both are useful and doable. So we had several vetting sessions to come up with a list of projects. There are about 60 projects altogether. Now that is still a very hefty portfolio and will take years to implement. So then on top of that, we also worked with this project team for every project to identify whether it's something that ought to be pursued in the short term, i.e. 1 to 2 years after plan adoption, or the medium term, 3 to 5 years after plan adoption, or the longer term, 6 to 10 years after plan adoption. And we took those short-term projects, there's still a significant number of them, and that's what y'all saw on the posters at the public meeting that you were voting on with dots. So that is a sizable component of the set of implementation strategies, but it's not every single strategy. But those are the ones we think make sense for consideration for pursuit by the town in the early years after the plan is adopted. So as you heard earlier this evening, we had more than 50 people at the public meeting. Folks rolled up their sleeves, jumped right in and took the dots that we gave them and voted on which projects they thought ought to be considered as a potential priority for the town. Now, we did several things. You'll recall we first asked everyone, of those 12 visions identified in the strategic plan, if you could only pick 4 that would be a focus for implementation work by the town, which 4 would you pick? And so what you're looking at on the left there is a table that shows the votes that we heard at the meeting. And so you'll see visions 2, 3, 8, and 5 were the highest vote getters so far. We also have a survey that is now live. We hope everyone in the audience will go to the project website. That website again is, what's the website, Lauren? Okay, we will make the website available. We encourage everyone in the audience to check out this planning process and vote on which themes you'd like to see, which visions you'd like to see. We'll combine the votes from the survey with the votes we received at the workshop, and that'll be additional information for y'all as you make decisions on which projects to advance at what time. I will say, there are many considerations for why to advance a project. Some of them are visionary and some of them are logistical, and all of those considerations will need to, some of them are financial. So all of those considerations will go into your decisions on which projects to advance. But it's very helpful to know which themes the community is particularly interested in seeing enhanced and advanced through this process. Then, of course, we had that series of boards that describe individual projects under those various themes. Again, the projects that we invited folks to give us their feedback on were the short-term projects, the ones that would be done early on. And you can see here some of the projects that jump out. Again, this is just based on the votes received in the meeting. Project 4.04, developing design guidelines to help support community character. We know how important that is in a community that's growing and potentially changing. We want to preserve the character that we know and love so often in our community. So that was one that scored highly. Also, partnerships to help accelerate the private investment in the entertainment district. We have John Street beautification. We have updating the town greenways plan. And so you can see this is our sort of top 10 list. It's actually 11 projects because 2 of them tied for slot number 10. So this is a way to get public feedback on that portfolio of implementation projects. Now, once the survey closes, once we finish that, we will share an updated top 10 list and the scores that the different projects got from a public standpoint. A key function, all of this work, we'll have gone through a considerable amount of work when this plan is done. And you will feel a sense, hopefully, of accomplishment when you adopt the plan. And the reality is that really the work is just starting because it will take years to implement these projects that actually advance the shared vision embodied in the plan on the ground in the community. And in order to advance these projects, It's going to take some leadership from you as a governing board. It's going to take support from the community to help make sure that the resources to pursue these various implementation projects, the resources are invested in this work. Some of the projects can be done with existing staff capacity. And it's simply a matter of saying, okay, this is a project we want to put on next year's work program for the planning department or the public works department or the manager's office or what have you. Other projects will take investment, additional resources. So often we see when we create a community plan such as this one, Envision Matthews, we see a community immediately pursue a project to update their development standards to match the updated vision in the plan. We highly recommend that. You want your standards to be consistent with your new vision so that you don't trap people between an updated vision and outdated standards. That is just a recipe for frustration. So updating the Unified Development Ordinance hopefully will be an early project, but you're going to have to invest in that. So often that is a project that is quite a heavy workload and is hard for existing staff just to do with their existing responsibilities. So often we see communities invest in getting a consultant to work with your staff to update the development standard. And so that's true for a lot of these projects. It will take public investment. We know that is a finite resource. So you'll have some important and not always easy decisions in the years ahead on what to invest in, but you'll have a whole roadmap for how to do it in your plan. And then with each individual project, then we're into using.
I'm sorry, are you nearing the end of your presentation, sir? We have a hard stop at 7
Perfect.
o'clock and we need to take a break before.
Absolutely.
Our meeting,
Okay, so then people will resource, the staff will resource these projects and make things happen at the end. On the ground. So I'm almost done. So what have you heard tonight? You've heard a report out on the public workshop that we had. You've gotten a tour of the different development scenarios that have been prepared. You've heard about the concept areas that are being studied, all to help you develop a shared vision. And then you've heard about how we're structuring the plan to help you make a smooth transition from planning to implementation. And with that, turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Most folks know I'm generally not a big fan of studies, but I think this was a really good one, particularly for how it meshes with our vision statements and has concrete suggestions for projects that we might entertain in the future. So thank you very much. With that, let's take about a 3-minute break and we'll come back and start our meeting. Thank you very much. Good evening. Wow, this is the most people we've had in this chamber in quite some time. Welcome, everybody. We good? Many of you were here and saw the at least the end of a presentation from Bolton Mink talking about our comprehensive plan. So welcome to our regular meeting. I'd like to start with some introductions. To my left and your right is our Assistant Town Manager, Malia Gordon, Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, our Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, our Town Manager, Becky Hawk, our Town Attorney, Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark Tofano, Commissioner Gina Hoover is not here tonight, Commissioner John Urban, our Town Clerk, Lori Canapino, who just handed me this paper, our Planning Director, Jay Camp, and our Communications Coordinator, Maureen Keith. I'd like to start this evening with invocation from Commissioner Garner.
Raise your eyes and think about a few things today. When this body comes together to govern, we do so with the consent of the citizens of Matthews, a community that holds many different views and opinions. Reason and science lead us to believe that we as humans can meet challenges of difference and create a society with less dissension and leave a better, more equal culture for future generations. It is incumbent upon this council to make the best decisions for the community. In this regard, I ask that we use reason, wisdom, and empathy in our deliberations today to take into account the implications our decisions will have now and in the future. We should all plant an acorn, even though we may not live to hear the wind rush through its leaves or the joyous laughter of children playing in the comfort of its shade. We plant the seed for the benefit of future generations. In the words of Bertrand Russell, in order to do our part, one must care about a world one will not see.
Thank you, Commissioner Garner. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, I'd like to ask the town manager if there's any additions, deletions, or movements within the agenda tonight.
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Whitley. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to public comment. Anyone who's registered in advance will speak first, and after that, anyone in the audience who wishes to speak may do so. Speakers have 5 minutes. Anyone interested in speaking about one of the public hearing items should wait until that item comes up on the agenda. So we have some people that signed up. First one is Anoop Agrawal. Please approach the podium and give your name again, and I'm probably pronounced it incorrectly, and the address.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Anoop Agrawal. I'm a resident of Matthews. And I'm here to talk about HSS. So, this is, now most of you know Hindu Swayamsevak Sangh or HSS. It is a non-profit, non-political grassroots organization which was registered in 1989. It is born in the US and we abide strictly by our constitution. We serve in every crisis and offer opportunities to every citizen to serve our community as one family. One family, these two critical words are the foundation of HSS. In Hinduism, we believe that all living bodies, including plants and animals, are one big family. That's why we refer to each other as Shaka family, and all volunteers come together as one family. I know we all are family people. We love our kids, we care about them and our next generation, right? And we want them to become first-class citizens who serve our society, not just by passion, but considering that as a duty or their responsibility. That is exactly the motto of HSS, that creating world peace through dharma or duty. HSS is now in 34 states, having 220 chapters. In solid area itself, we have 3 chapters. Every chapter runs weekly program for the entire family. Children learn about our culture through stories, songs, art, and craft. They learn yoga. They have fun playing games with our other children. We emphasize developing leadership qualities. Through service activities, a sense of civic duty, responsibility, and volunteerism is fostered in them. What is the end result? You'll find our volunteers are engaged in food donation, free yoga events, adopt a highway program, tutoring in the inner cities, and much more. We supported local officials, hospitals, and FEMA during the peak of COVID pandemic, and also during the vaccination drives. I don't need to explain yoga, the benefit of yoga, because that's the best gift we got for humanity. In January, every year, we conduct yoga event across the countries, teaching them sun salutation. We have taken this program to the schools to promote health and wellness. We've been doing yoga sessions in local schools for past 4 years. To give you another example, HSS celebrated Teachers Appreciation Day, where we pray to our teachers and appreciate their work. We want every kid to love and respect their teachers. During Teacher Appreciation event, we had 5 principals, more than 25 school teachers, and also CMS board member attended. Another example is our volunteers celebrating Raksha Bandhan or Universal Oneness Day, where we honor people who risk their lives for us. Like police department, fire department, we go there, we show our appreciation. I know each one of us respect them, but we took a step forward and go there, appreciate them, and they feel special about it. Last 2 years, we have arranged exhibitions on Hindu culture called Darshana in multiple places in Carolinas. We shared a book about this with all the leadership as well as police department. October is a very special month for us. The NC governor proclaimed it as Hindu Heritage Month. We participate in our biggest community service called Seva Diwali. Last year, we collected 690,000 pounds of food. Just from our solid area itself, we collected 15,000 pounds of food and distributed to 200 plus organizations from 32 states, including homeless shelters, worship houses, and schools across the US. It was very well covered by media also. I know I provided a lot of facts and figures. You may not remember everything, but as long as you remember just 2 words, volunteering, family, that's enough for HSS. We believe that we do good. If we do good, good will come back to you. Let me quote a verse from Bible. Devote yourself to doing what is good. And we are the living example of that. So let's join our hands and continue to support our HSS volunteers in doing good work. Thank you so much. God bless America.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Move on to David Mullins.
Hi, greetings, y'all. I'm David Mullins. I'm from the Hampton Green community. I live at 909 Evian Lane. I back up to the Rainbow Express property. I realize there's a meeting, but I just kind of want to preface it with what we're seeing there as we are one of the neighbors there.
Do you want to address your comments during the public comment period?
No, I do not. I want to do it now. I'm sort of preface what we're doing. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Okay. I do want to thank the commissioners for all they do. I know you have a hard task trying to please all the people, and you can't please them all, but we appreciate that work. Rainbow, we've been there for over 13 years, and Rainbow has been a good neighbor, and I appreciate them, and they have a very noble purpose. I was one of 5 neighbors there at meet and greet, Cookies meet and greet that we had there, and it was a very pleasant time to meet them. We had some questions. There were 5 of us who would have a properties adjoining the Rainbow Express. They had good information, which sounded pretty good, but there were some questions we had. I was sort of surprised by the size of these buildings. And they're changing the zoning so they can put 4 homes instead of 3. It's going to be 3,500 square feet on the main floor. They did not say how many stories it's going to be. They would not identify that. So the average home in Hampton Green is 2,400 to 3,500 feet on 2 to 3 stories. So it's going to be, the homes are going to be very much different, plus 4 garages. So I was concerned about this, and I also asked for property lines, which I did not get, but hopefully I'll get some information on that. Just a little information on Hampton Green. When they widened Fullwood, they took our main entrance away and created the Talbot extension, which is where this property is now going to be placed. And that's so because of Talbot's extension, it's used 2/3 of the time for the entry into Hampton Green. It is our main entry. That's how everybody goes into Hampton Green because of the traffic. Today I drove my car from the fire department all the way down South Trade Street, all the way down to Pleasant Plains to Matthews Plantation. And I counted 16 neighborhoods, and they all had one thing in common. And I bet they have the same thing in common that you have in your neighborhood. Not one of them had to drive through enter their neighborhood through 5 nonprofit group homes with up to 50 people living in those homes with ramps on the front of every house, and only 2 driveways for 4 houses. And so I think it's significantly different than our neighborhood. I'm just asking you to make it look like our neighborhood, and it'll make a big difference. You do not have to also imagine, so you're coming down Fullwood and you're going to turn into our neighborhood via Talbot. It's rush hour. There's all these cars pushing you. You're coming in there at 35 miles an hour. You got to get off the road. People are, they're how fast they're going on Fullwood. So we're turning off there, and now I enter these 5 group homes. There's a crosswalk there probably because they've got all these people that are going back and forth to the Rainbow Express Center, and there's going to be a lot of traffic there. And now we've got a problem. And imagine if it's one of the big events that they have there. Sometimes they have church services there on Sunday, and I've seen as many as 40 cars at some of their special events. Now they have all these residents plus all these other people. So it's going to be quite a traffic jam. And I think it's a safety hazard. I think we should consider that. Please make this neighborhood. We welcome you. I welcome you as a neighbor. I think you do a great thing, and perhaps I'd be a volunteer. I don't know, but I just want you to make it look like us. Do unto us as you would have us do unto you. And we're just asking that you make it look like Hampton Green. There are 138 families counting on you, and particularly here's the land use from the recommendation. Their report from the land use plan. While the land use plan makes no specific recommendations for this site, single-family homes and institutional office space are consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. This is going to be very different. It's not going to look like Hampton Green. Please give us 3 homes, ramps in the back, driveways for every house. And also, don't forget there's going to be probably at least 5 large passenger vans for the transport of these people. It changes the entrance of our neighborhood significantly. There's 138 families in Hampton Green counting on you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. Next person that signed up is Anna Stansel. Thank you. Sarah Coulter. George Young.
George Young, 407 Vinecrest Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. I'm actually here tonight to talk about a zoning, but there's a subset to that. It is going to be the Midfield Station. Just a fast question. Is that being deferred tonight by the petitioner? Does anybody know for a fact? Anyways, the reason I'm bringing that up, there's been a few zoning proposals before the board. This one dates back to 2022, keeps coming up basically every single month. I've attended meetings on and off, probably going back to 2005. I'm amazed to see that the town board is allowing a developer to continue this long a zoning. You have citizens that will take time from their family, their friends, work to come to a meeting to find out it's being delayed. And to have something delayed 10 or 11 times is excessive. There was another zoning that was already approved, which was Santes, which was similar to that. I think the board needs to take a hard look at this and have a better way to go about this. I know there's some legal issues by state law on how you handle a zoning, but there should be a better way, to be blunt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Next person is Bill M. I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Is there? How do you say your last name, sir? Macman. Thank you. Jimmy Kismer?
With permission, I lost.
Okay, very good. Would it want to ask if anybody else in the audience will make a public comment on any topic tonight before we move on? All right, we do have a video public comment from, I believe, Amy DeVore.
Good evening. My name is Amy DeVore. I serve at Matthews United Methodist on staff as Director of Missions and Justice Ministries. I'm joining you tonight to just make a quick announcement, and thank you for giving me the time to do so. In Matthews on Saturday, October 21st, we are hosting something called a potato drop. We are bringing in a tractor trailer full of potatoes, 42,000 pounds of potatoes. And on Saturday, we're going to bag the potatoes and put them in bags about 10 pounds each, like this. And we want to distribute them to food pantries and those that are hungry in the community. We have organizations scheduled to come and pick up the potatoes, but we need your help in bagging the potatoes. We will have the bags, we will have the potatoes, and we want you, your family, your friends. If teens need service hours, we want everyone to come out to our large parking lot on 801 South Trade Street and come help us bag potatoes. We'll put them in bags between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. on Saturday, October 21st, and then we'll have groups coming to pick up 25 bags or 50 bags or 400 bags of potatoes until all the potatoes are distributed. We need them all to get distributed that day. So I hope you will come and volunteer, bring your family dressed to be outside. We will be outside, rain or shine, but also if you know groups that need potatoes, groups that do meals for those that are hungry, we want to give the potatoes to everyone in the community that needs potatoes. Please let me know if you have a group that would like to come and pick up many bags of potatoes. My email address is Amy D for Amy DeVore, Amy D at matthewsumc.org. You can see a flyer beside me that gives you all the details, and Lori has a flyer that she can pass out if you're interested. There is a QR code on the back if you want to volunteer. Please register here so that we just have your name. We need at least 100 volunteers. 150 would be even better. Thank you for your time tonight. I really appreciate it, and I hope to see you on Saturday, October 21st, between 9 and noon in our parking lot. Come for 30 minutes or stay the whole time. Come as you are. Welcome. Thank you so much.
I'd like to just add to that comment, Matthews United Methodist Church is my church, and this is quite an undertaking, and I hope people show up. Otherwise, we're going to be there a long time packing potatoes. Many hands make light work, so please come by if you can for a little bit. All right. Okay, there's no other comments, correct, Lori? Is that it? All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 6, recess our regular meeting for public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Public hearings will be held tonight until 10 p.m. if required. If any public hearing has not been opened by then, it will be continued to our November 13th, 2023 meeting. I'd like to ask our Planning Director, Jay Camp, to introduce the planning board members that are here tonight.
All right, good evening, everyone. Here in our first row, we have, starting with our Youth Voice representative, Logan Robertson. Our newest member, welcome, Lisa Sanchez. Thanks for joining us this evening. Howie Lavender, our chair, Jim Johnson, Tom Dorsey. On the second row, Bob Jackson. And is anybody else on planning board in the room that couldn't get their seat? I think that's everyone for tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I say this fairly regularly, but I'll say it again. We really appreciate the volunteers of our planning board. That's probably the most labor intensive board that we have. They spend a lot of time helping us with these zoning requests. So thank you. I'd like to announce that you can speak only once during a public hearing. You can speak on items once tonight. If you wish to speak tonight at tonight's public hearing and it's continued, you will not be able to speak at the continuance of the public hearing. So make everybody aware of that. Move on to the first item under consideration, zoning application 2022-750 Midfield Station. To change the zoning classification from R15 to ENT on that certain 66.85 acre site south of Matthews Mint Hill Road and north of the Sportsplex, seeking mixed-use development consisting of multifamily units, single-family attached units, and non-residential uses, and being further designated as tax parcels 215-081-13 and 215-081-33. This item is continued from our September 11th, 2023 meeting, and we have a staff presentation from Mr. Darren Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. Right, so just to kind of reiterate, this is a continuation from the September hearing. The board had initially heard some and made a few comments at the July meeting. Since that meeting, the applicant has actually updated their application to include some of the northern parcels. Right now, existing, those are the stormwater BP or BMPs for the Briley apartment development. So those are now included within this rezoning. Over the long term, it was always intended that those stormwater ponds disappear and kind of move downstream as future development occurs. So just kind of to reiterate what we have going on out here. Right, so this is a 72 acre site. As the mayor mentioned, it does allow for up to 814 multifamily units and a total of 200 up to 200 proposed single family attached. Now there is a condition in there where they can switch up to 100 of the one family attached units over to the multifamily units. So right now, the site plan does not, or the rezoning application does not include any building elevations. As buildings are planned and the site's developed, each building would actually be required to come back before the Board of Commissioners for an architectural review. Additionally, the site plan does have a few, just because the acreage is so big, there are a few large chunks of it that are just essentially bubble plans right now. So they're blank. The applicant has committed to coming back in the future for those sections as well for the board approval of the site plans. Just to kind of reiterate where we are right now in the process. So the transportation impact analysis, that is still ongoing in the review, as well as their stormwater PCO concepting plan through Mecklenburg County. However, the process is moving along. So what we're really looking for in this meeting is just some additional feedback from the board or the public as well to kind of craft the conditional notes or make any adjustments to the site plan rather than doing everything at one time. And we'll see in a minute, this is a rather large plan. So this site does include a light rail project. I'll just skip right over to the site plan so everyone can see. So this is the existing Briley Apartments. Everything under consideration for rezoning tonight is the project boundary that's shown south of that. And then there's also a little attached lot back in behind Elevation Church. So this would be an extension of Independence Point Parkway, as well as it does contain some reservations for the CAT Silver Line project. So the light rail project, there's a station located in the area as well. Right now, the applicant is proposing a mix of vertical and horizontal mixed use. So there'll be a few mixed use buildings where you have non-residential space on the ground floor, and then some multifamily units stacked on top of that, as well as standalone commercial units along the IPP light rail corridor. Just go back. So one of the things, just given the scale, the applicant has broken the site up into a few districts or development areas within that area. So we kind of have this main mixed use area that does include a park area and the light rail station. Additionally, there's a hotel behind that, or proposed hotel behind that. And then up against the existing Crestdale neighborhood would be the single family attached homes. As part of this, the applicant is requesting cross sections to really finalize that location and alignment for the Silver Line light rail project and the IPP roadway network that would connect down to the Sportsplex. So right now, the only future connection back into the site would be IPP. There is an east-west road that is planned. There was another section of that that's committed to by another developer, the NRP group that we heard a few months ago. Now, so they'll have a connection back into Sports Parkway. In the future, IPP will connect down, and then they'll make a stub street back towards what will be the future Graylock Ridge extension. So there will be connection back over towards John Street that way. And then additionally, they are providing additional connection back towards Crestdale. So in the future, with if there's ever redevelopment to the west, there could also possibly be a roadway connection back into Crestdale Road. So as part of this application, the applicant has provided some zoomed in examples of the site plan. This is the location of that proposed light rail alignment and the hotel. This is an area, or this area is dedicated as kind of open space, like a semi-public private park, if that makes sense. And that would be wrapped by the the mixed-use development as well. There is a planned extension for Boykin Road. Right now, there is a section of that the applicant does not have under their control, though. So it should be noted that as proposed right now, that Boykin extension would not be, I guess that roadway connection wouldn't be possible at the moment without acquiring the property from the bowling alley. So this is kind of south. Right here's the existing Crestdale neighborhood. So this would be on down IPP a little bit. There are a few standalone buildings. What's primarily planned over in this area is it's kind of a townhome, or it would be a townhome area. So there'd be about 100 units over here. I believe what the applicant had originally planned was across the street, there were additional townhome plans. When they switched over to the kind of the bubble sheet, they still wanted to allocate for those additional 100 townhomes. So they kept that number. So that's really where the switch. So right now they would be planning about 100 units over here, and in the future coming back for 100 units. As well to the south, there's one little standalone townhome building, and then they are showing a stormwater BMP as well. It's kind of a colored rendering of the site plan. Again, highlight or see in the white areas the sections that would come back before the board at a later date. And again, there are no architectural approval or architectural details at this time. So the applicant did provide examples of what they could potentially be coming back to with the board. And then these are some renderings kind of that plaza area across from the light rail station that we were discussing earlier. And then we did receive a revised copy from CMS of the impact statement. So with this, with the site being proposed as is, it would put Matthews Elementary at about 120% utilization, Crestdale Middle at 98, and Butler High School at 105. I didn't include it in this one, but I'd actually like to note that that was a drop from the previous school year. So previously, Matthews Elementary, or the last school year, this development with the same size, it would have put Matthews Elementary at 134%. Crestdale Middle and Butler High School would have been at about, I believe it was 107, 105%. So it is kind of a note that as CMS progresses and they are able to add classrooms and everything, we're seeing a an easing of school pressures in some ways. I'd be happy to share that at a future meeting as well if the board would like, or we can put that online so that the public can see. Are there any, that ends the staff update, or any questions or comments from the board?
Any questions for Darren? Commissioner Urban.
So Darren, you mentioned obviously architectural review coming down the pike, but what about the nature of the areas that the figure ground has been established, the site plan? Is the site plan approval, I mean, is that a locked in position? It really just looks like blocks to me, honestly.
Right. So I think what the applicant is really going for is this center area and along IPP as well, these townhomes, that's where they're really trying to lock in. So as much feedback we can get from the board and just through our typical staff review process of these as they come in, that's really what we're looking for now, because that'll affect the current that'll be part of the current decision.
But you're also asking for this to continue to move this process along to planning board for review, correct?
Well, at this point, we're really just trying to get feedback. So, if there's enough board discussion, we can see it going to planning board. There are additional outstanding technical details like the transportation impact analysis and the PCO stormwater concept plan. So those would hold up a decision. But at this point, we feel kind of comfortable that there's not going to be any drastic changes to the site plan. So if the board or the public wanted to start commenting, there wouldn't be anything dramatically different coming back.
Thank you, Darren.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
What's the reason for the TIA not being done or being delayed?
There's a variety of reasons. I think the biggest one is just the scale of this. So, typically a TIA comes in, it might be, where is Susan? There you are. It's about 100 pages, 50 pages. And then this one's like 900 pages. So this is a significant TIA process that we're going through. So that would be probably the main reason that hasn't been completed yet.
That's a good reason. Thank you.
Wow. Commissioner Tofano.
So I'll hold my question for the applicant. Thank you.
Okay. And then the applicant is here tonight, and I believe they have a short presentation they were going to make.
Okay. Mr. Carmichael, are you going to make that presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners and members of the Planning Board. I'm John Carmichael, and I'm working with the applicant on this rezoning application. With me tonight are Wyatt Dixon and Ashley Peterson and Prophet Dixon, and this is Richard Petersheim with Land Design. As Darren indicated, this is a continuation of a prior public hearing. Since the July public hearing, the applicant has, among other things, held a second community meeting, revised its rezoning plan, continued to work with the planning staff on site design matters, including matters relating to the alignment of the Silver Line light rail, and is continuing to work with the town staff on its traffic study. The second community meeting was held on August 22nd. In attendance were a representative of Elevation Church and the Crestdale Board. And it seemed like the proposal was well received at the community meeting. This is not. The site contains a total of approximately 72 acres, and it's made up of essentially two larger parcels. This is a 63 acre, almost 64 acre portion of the site, and this is an 8.3 acre portion of the site. The site is located south of Matthews Mint Hill Road, generally between the Crestdale Community and Elevation Church and north of the Sportsplex, and it's located in the Entertainment Overlay District. The applicant is requesting that the site be rezoned. Well, the current zoning, pardon me, is the large majority of the site is zoned R15. A portion of the site subject to this application is located here and is zoned ENT. The applicant is requesting that the site be located in the ENT zoning district to accommodate a mixed-use development that could contain up to 814 multifamily dwelling units, up to 200 townhome units, up to 221,250 square feet of commercial uses, and up to 120 hotel rooms. The conversion that Darren mentioned, it's actually that you can reduce the number of apartment. You could reduce the number of apartments or multifamily dwelling units by 100. So from 814 to 714, and then increase the number of townhomes from 200 to 300. You could not add more multifamily dwelling units under the proposed conversion. So this is the overall site plan that Darren shared. Matthews Mint Hill is located to the north. This is the Sportsplex. Crestdale's to the west. Elevation Church to the east. The applicant would be seeking site plan approval for these portions of the site, but not building elevation approval. If this were rezoned and the applicant moves forward with the development, the applicant would have to come back to the Board of Commissioners for the approval of any building elevations for buildings located in these areas of the site. The white areas that are designated as development areas P and T on the rezoning plan we're not requesting site plan approval or building elevation approval under this rezoning application. If the rezoning were approved, the applicant would have to come back for site plan approval and building elevation approval should it move forward with the development of the site. What the rezoning does, it would establish what could be developed on the 72 acres, the uses and the density. So when you came back for site plan approval for P and T, you couldn't ask for more density or differing uses. It would still be subject to the maximum density and permitted uses that are set forth on the rezoning plan. This is the new east-west street. That's Public Street A. This would be a mixed-use core of the development. You just have mixed-use buildings here. You'd have a community green plaza here that's called Surrey Green. This would be the light rail station for the Silver Line. This is a proposed hotel. These would be commercial or mixed-use buildings located along the western side of Independence Point Parkway. And then, as Darren mentioned, these would be single, one-family attached townhome dwelling units along the western portion of the site adjacent to the Crestdale community. There would be a 25-foot wide landscape area along the western boundary of the site. The maximum height of the townhome buildings could be 3 stories. And then the applicant would also construct a 10-foot wide multimodal path from Public Street A through Development Area P to the southern boundary of Development Area P. Darren shared with you some zoomed in areas of the site. And once again, this is the mixed use core at the northern portion of the site. This is Public Street A that goes to the west to the Crestdale community, and Public Street A goes to the east to the site that was recently rezoned for NRP and then subsequently continues to Sports Parkway. The minimum size of the Surrey Green would be 50,000 square feet. It could contain jewel box retail buildings, accessory structures, landscaping, hardscape, an event lawn, seating elements, and private parking that could be closed for public or private events held on Surrey Green. The development of the site would be subject to the ground floor building activation requirements that were recently approved by this board. So buildings on Independence Point Parkway and Public Street A would have to comply with those ground floor building activation requirements that you recently adopted. And then this is the potential hotel. This is the light rail, and then the station would be located here as well. This depicts the townhomes that would be located on the western boundary of the site. This is the 25-foot wide landscape area that would be on the western boundary of the site next to the Crestdale community. These would be individual townhome buildings here. You would then have the commercial mixed-use buildings fronting Independence Point Parkway, the western edge of Independence Point Parkway there. In the UDO, the minimum building height in the entertainment district is 24 feet. We've got a text amendment that you'll hear later on this evening. And the purpose of that is the applicant would like to be able to build 3 types of buildings that would not be a minimum of 24 feet in height. The one type of building would be a freestanding or jewel box building greater than 500 square feet in size and less than 3,201 square feet in size. And they like the minimum building height to be 15 feet there. You could, for instance, see those types of buildings near or in the Surrey Green. A freestanding or jewel box building equal to or less than 500 square feet could have a minimum height of 12 feet. And you may think, what could that be? Well, it could be like a Jenny's ice cream at Park Road Shopping Center, something like that. You just wouldn't need a 24-foot building for that type of use. And finally, if some of the townhomes were actually 1 story in height, that the minimum building height could be 15 feet for a 1-story townhome building. Darren briefly mentioned renderings. We do have architectural standards in terms of materials and that sorts of thing for some of the development areas. These are also part of the rezoning plan, and these show the architectural intent of that mixed use core. And you may recall seeing those at the last public hearing. Once again, this is looking basically from the northwest into that mixed use area. This is the light rail. This is would be the proposed hotel. That Public Street A is down here, the east-west street that we described a moment ago. And so you've just basically turned in from Matthews Mint Hill Road, you've traveled south on IPP, and then you're looking into the mixed-use core. This is looking from the southwest into that mixed-use core. The hotel would be over here. The Public Street A, the east-west street would be here. This is IPP extension. And so this is looking into that mixed-use core, that Surrey Green that I described previously. And then this is looking from Public Street A northward into the mixed-use core, and you can see the Surrey Green on the upper left-hand side of this rendering. There would be steps leading from Public Street E leading to Public Street A leading into the Surrey Green, and it'd be really an activated space that could be enjoyed by residents of this community, their guests, commercial tenants, the tenants' customers, and then members of the public. And then finally, this is looking from the northeast back towards the mixed-use core, towards Surrey Green. And this is the proposed hotel. IPP extension is here. This is the light rail and the light rate station here. Crestdale is back here to the in the foreground. But this is looking back into that area of the site. And once again, these are illustrative of the design intent for the mixed-use core and that Surrey Green area that we've discussed. Since the last public hearing, we did add a minimum size for the Surrey Green. There's a note that it would be accessible to the public. And there's a note once again that commits to the ground floor activation, building activation measures in the recently adopted text amendment. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have, and we appreciate your consideration.
John, I know we've discussed this a few times, and I didn't notice if it was memorialized in the notes, but the hotel would not be the extended stay type. Is that correct? That's
in the notes, yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Would not be an extended stay hotel.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Tafano.
So there were a couple of numbers bouncing around in terms of total dwellings. What is the proposed total number of dwellings?
It'd be 814 plus 200, so that's 1,014.
And of that, how many are rental and how many are purchase?
The 814 multifamily would be rental. The 200 towns could be rental or for sale. Commissioner Tefano, that would, go ahead.
I may need to address. My name is Wyatt Dixon with Prophet Dixon Partners, 2232 Hastings Drive in Charlotte. I think the real answer to that question is, to the extent that there's a for sale component that is market, even in the vertical would be multifamily, we absolutely would look at that as an option. It's an important aspect for us to have a diversity of housing types, as I know it is to the town. And it's also important to us that we, as part of this, that we're going to dig into an affordable component as well, which is yet to be addressed, but that is absolutely on the agenda and on the radar. I think you'll see as we get through, we have 3 things on the agenda this evening. And in terms of chronological order, we're kind of starting backwards in some respects. That so much of what you see here is hinged on other things happening relative to the administrative amendment that is to the north, specifically related to the light rail and things like that in coordination. And so I agree that I was out in the outside when I heard a gentleman say this is taking a long time, and we agree. Our history with the property goes back to 2013 when we first approached Leon Levine about purchasing his property. And so we're painfully aware of how long this takes. But one of the things that has been very important to us as we go through this is to act in a partnership with Matthews in such a way that we can truly help deliver the vision that the town established as part of the vision for the entertainment district, which led to the creation of the Sportsplex with Mecklenburg County. So I answered a lot more than your question. However, it's ultimately to be determined in terms of how that all comes together.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
You brought up the affordability concept. Has there been any numbers thrown out of what that would look like?
We have spent a lot of time talking about it, but I will tell you that just given the gravity of everything else in front of that is sort of next iteration that we get into, but we absolutely will commit to it, and we will be working very closely to make sure that we're accomplishing what needs to happen in the market.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Urban.
So to talk about the public comment about this going on too long, I'm glad it's been going on too long, because this is a $100 million plus investment. And there are other factions to this conversation that we as a board don't control, nor does developer, and that is CATS and the Silver Line, which was one big holdup. But to make a decision in a couple months on $100+ million development would be foolhardy at best. And I've been around since 2013, and I've seen all the iterations, and each one gets better, and you work through, and times change and things happen. So, I in some circumstances, it's better to take your time,
right,
than it is to go headstrong in it. So this evening, there's a lot here, and I really would like to sort of dial into specific things, but I'm not going to do that. I just have some generality aspects for Mr. Carmichael. If he could, for example, in your notes under 2J, and I will say that the graphics, I don't know if any other board members had problems, but the graphics scanning was kind of tough. So I really had to work hard to sort of visualize it. And so I got hard copies, and of course, Land Design prints on like humongous size, and so it's stretched across my dining room table. But 2J indicates hotel maximum 120 rooms. So are we saying in this development, should the marketplace say, somebody comes along and says, I want to do a conference center or something like that as a complement to what you already have, we can't do that?
I think we can do whatever the board pleases with the board's approval. But keep in mind too, as we sit there and think about this, in the approvals up above, there also is another 120 unit hotel entitlement that's associated with that. And so we did that not with the intent of limiting the number of rooms per se, but to just try to make sure we're managing the overall
Yeah,
density.
because it says under 2J, it says a maximum of 120 hotel rooms. So maybe there's some wording, in this phase and that phase on this development area.
Well, I think ultimately, I think the best thing that could happen is once this rolls through, that we come back and look at see how we can integrate the two zoning cases in a way that allows the right things to happen across.
Yeah, I just want to leave all
site.
possibilities open,
Yes.
because if we're trying to capitalize on entertainment, trying to capitalize on the sportsplex, I would think that finding accommodations for those people that come from out of town, very, very important. I'd also think the sort of the old Combraco thing is you had to go out of town to find decent accommodations for businesses and all. And we've got, Harris Teeter and all here as well. So I want to make sure that's open-ended there. I understand about the height issue. 7A was the height issue in one particular zoning district or development area. I'd be really curious as why we're dealing with height and not stories. Why not just, why are we putting a number on it? Why we're not just saying, well, the jewel box building would be 1 story?
Because there, as the ordinance stands now, there is a minimum height of 24 feet.
Correct. Well, I guess that's the question in talking about what we should be talking about. The text amendment is why not a conversation about stories versus height?
Sure.
Because one of the problems I have is I can do a single story, 24-foot tall building, and that would not be what my intention is.
Right.
So maybe we have.
It would look like a caricature, but no, I agree. I think I think clarifying that.
Okay. So I think we have a discussion further down the road, because I think we have a disconnect there where a savvy developer will come in with all 24-foot tall, single story.
That's,
absolutely.
And we're also happy to limit it to certain areas where it makes sense.
Okay. And I don't have a problem with that. So I'll keep going on. So then on E5, is it yeah, I guess it is E5. There was a comment about 18 inches in development areas C, I, and N. And it looks like it was stricken. And I'm trying to, where C, I, and N, if you could pull that up. Where's that?
So, I'm sorry, Darren.
The hotel area. So
is it? Okay.
I mean, I guess what I'm doing is John's taking notes is to get back to me on these things, because there was an issue of the 18 inches being stricken. So my guess is it had something to do with sidewalk and creating a sense of stoop and creating that sense of, to the planner's point, of going from very public to semi-public, right, to private to semi-private, and that conversation. So I'd like more information on that. 8.8 subsection 3. It talked about 600-foot blocks, and the way I interpreted or read it, it made some reference to no sidewalk. And so maybe it was just me, but if you would follow up on that one, 8.3.
Yes, I'll follow that.
Okay. Okay. And then for some reason, John, I have 8 subsection 15. Oh, yeah. Diving really far into the weeds, and we don't need to go there too much, but windows may leave a single pane of glass, and multiple panes of glass shall not be required. Well, that seems to be like an architectural building decision down the road. Yet will I get handcuffed when you're telling me, you're going to get the big single panes of glass, where I'm looking for something a little bit more articulated down the road. So you need to look at that too. So I'm trying to make sure we don't have something going on in this section of the verbiage versus something coming down the pike later. And then Charlie's got to make a ruling as to, well, what takes precedent over what?
If I might add too, just as background, I know a few of the commissioners were around back in 17 when the first phase was approved. We were guinea pigs up on the Levine piece. Effectively, we were the first entertainment district zoning, and so as part of that, we went through, and I think we had somewhere between 11 and 13 text amendments to just address things that needed clarification within ordinance. And so we're certainly,
and I'm fine with that. I think there's going to be a lot of cleaning up so we don't have this conflict, that uh-oh moment moving forward. So then obviously reiterate what Mayor Pro Tem said about the affordability. We really need to get that fine tuned. And then since you know, you have two really major focuses here. One is what I would call the plaza, or what you call Surrey Green, which is fine. I mean, I'm excited to see what the elevations look like and how you develop that public space. From on the townhome side, I need more information because, you know, I don't know. I can only guess. I mean, I guess that some of these are front loaded, some of these are rear loaded, some are parked in a garage, some may not be parked in the garage. So, you know, I need more information other than the elevations, obviously, down the road. And then just visually looking at that particular site plan, we're really close to a lot of green space, but these poor people in the townhome are in a very sort of urban environment. It would really be nice if you could carve out a little bit of green space for them to act as a neighborhood in their own amenity space, as opposed to having to sort of walk the dog over to the sportsplex or do something else. So maybe if you're creating sort of these small micro nodes or small micro neighborhoods in a larger neighborhood. So my first glimpse of this townhome layout was, well, can we provide a little green space in there, a little amenity area, bark park, something for them that they don't, you know, they just want to get out for a few minutes. They don't need to go into town, so to speak. They don't need to go into midfield. But those are my sort of high level thoughts, looking at the structure of the notes and all. And then looking forward to seeing this continue to develop, but there's still a lot more to do. Thank you.
Wyatt, I have a comment, and I think I've shared this with you, but I'll share it with the public. We expect when the Sportsplex is fully activated, we could have over 1 million visitors a year easily here in Matthews to the Sportsplex. And I've been asked as mayor numerous times already where these teams can have an awards banquet or a dinner or something like that. So even if it was a smaller conference area, I get asked that about at least a couple times a month. Is there any place in town where we can go to celebrate our win or mourn our loss or whatever? But there really isn't. So
one of the things that will happen as part of the conversation relative to the administrative amendment for the top part, it kind of addresses that. And you've probably seen we've engaged a top shelf commercial firm to partner both from a leasing and marketing standpoint, but also from a development standpoint if they choose. And Mr. Mayor, I think you were the first one that said it'd be great to have some entertainment in our entertainment district. And I know it's been said, and we agree. It is absolutely a critical component. And that is really the next phase of what we need to happen. And we'll dig into that, but I'll be able to share at least some generalities of some interests that hopefully will get us moving in the right direction. And I do just for the public's understanding here, the reason that these two parcels here became sort of the big blob versus one of the original plans that we had that had conceptual buildings all over it, really related to the fact that because this entertainment district is an evolving animal, it sets the stage for us to have the approvals to be able to move if a great user sends out an RFP and says, all right, we're looking at 5 sites in this MSA. And for us to be able to say, okay, we have the zoning, we already have that, and here's the site. Let us work within the guidelines of what's happening in the entertainment district to make that happen. And so that I hope will be a valuable tool for us as we go forward. And one of the things also, Mr. Urban, I wanted to mention too, long after we got our approval on the first phase, we had a very toothy set of POA documents that are in the public record for all this relating to architectural controls and things like that we control over every user that will come into that go above and beyond anything that the town has. And if anybody really would like to review that, we'd be happy to forward it along. But I think our general concern about having high quality is 100% where we are aligned.
Mr. Urban. So you're saying, Wyatt, that let's call it phase 1, then phase 2, you're going to obviously want to carry down those specifications And so those will be entered in as record as
the intent, exactly. The
Okay.
intent would be for what we have here to, as we move forward, for it to encompass the entirety of what we develop. And if the town likes it a lot, then if any other developer shows up, you're welcome to.
Well,
Ask them as well.
I think regardless, as insane as it may seem, it would be good to have that document as part of this package, and send me a copy. I may have reviewed it.
Sure, it is a recorded document because
Okay.
we had before we closed when Nuveen TIA Craft purchased Briley. Candidly, it took longer to negotiate that document than it did anything else.
Well, at least we'll know that the I dotting and T crossing on certain elements is done.
And additionally, one thing we did do is we had an abstract done, which may be a better thing to do that, but we're happy to pass that along.
Commissioner Garner.
I'd like to talk a little bit about where the townhomes meet with Crestdale Crossing and those homes back there. I was just looking at the Polaris and have a couple observations. So it looks like the deciduous trees are along the area that you have depicted as green,
Right
and the evergreens are where development will occur, which makes me think I can't really tell from Polaris, how thick the trees are, but I do have a question about the planting and what sort of buffer, and if 25 feet is enough buffer between the existing property, and this is more of a comment than than looking for an answer, within the existing homes. So I'm noticing that most of those homes, it looks like, are corporate owned rentals.
Are you talking about these?
Yes.
Oh, I got it.
And so I would imagine that most of those corporate homeowners are not going to have fencing installed for the neighbors and privacy in the future, especially knowing that the neighborhood is relatively affordable for Matthews. So is there a plan in place to create something of a structure between the homes? As somebody who lives next door to townhomes that were put up, I know that they think that our yard is where they take their dogs. And I would hate for that to happen to existing homeowners when, when your property is built.
Well, one of the things and during our last community meeting, we did have a representative from the board of Crestdale that was there. And the takeaway from that was we look forward to continuing to have conversations with you about what we can do to enhance your neighborhood. And that's our commitment. We did have, very positive feedback, but we understand those concerns and we will look to continue to address them.
Yeah, I think there's a balance there, right? Because you are providing access to a whole lot of amenities, and you want to engage a community and not block them out. But at the same time, I would hate for people who maybe can't afford it or don't have the right to put something in place, have their yards taken over by new people coming in. And then I have a separate comment / question, and it's about the changing of 100 multifamily units to townhomes or single family attached. What does that do to your school numbers because I would imagine that townhomes or single family attached would attract more students than multifamily?
Typically, you're right. And I think this is actually the first time I've seen the school document on screen. But I think there's a good anecdote related to Fountains Matthews, which is on the other side of 74, which our firm still owns and operates. When we went through that rezoning back in 13, 12, CMS had, did one of their studies on the impact of the schools. And I'm going to be directionally correct, but I will get the exact information to be able to show you exactly. But the question came up when we were rezoning Briley. And I answered the question about Briley related to what CMS said about Fountains Matthews and what the fully occupied rent roll was on those units. And I remember approximately CMS said there were going to be 150 students across CMS emanating from Fountains Matthews. When in 2017, when we were going through this approval, we were completely full. We had 18 people under the age of 18 on the entire property. And to your point, the larger bedrooms do tend to attract schools. So since I can't even say that I've read what CMS is saying about the overall project, but you're right directionally that does have a bigger impact.
I'm more concerned about Crestdale and mostly Butler, because Matthews Elementary, even if the bonds don't pass, I think will be rebuilt and can accommodate the students. But I would like to know, the closer you get to that 18-year-old threshold.
Just to add to that, so CMS does have a ratio for different types of developments. So they have a ratio based off of like if you add X number of multifamily units, you calculate about that, and it just kind of pops out a general number for the number of students that adds. So they have that for multifamily, townhomes, and single family detached. So we can just reach out to CMS and we can get that. We can follow up with next week.
Any further questions or comments from the board? How about our planning board? Mr. Labner. Might be easier just to go up there.
Thank you. I just want to talk a little bit about the affordable component.
Sure.
I know you're thinking about it. I'd ask you to consider about a few things. One is if you're going to do sale units and rental units, please split them up proportionally. And also, please don't put all the affordable units into multifamily as opposed to the townhomes. I'd also ask you to consider, in addition to maybe an 80% AMI, a 60% AMI. We've done that. Some of the larger developments here have gone there, as well as if their sale units are involved, significant deed restrictions to avoid possibility they might be bought short term and flipped.
Right.
So I know you're still working on it, but I'd ask you please to take that into account when you do.
We are. In a previous life, many years ago, I served on the Broward County Board of Habitat for Humanity, and I know there are a lot of nuances to that, and unfortunately, some of this just comes down to math and market. But we absolutely will make all efforts to make sure that we're addressing what the needs are.
I just appreciate if you just kind of take those things into account now, rather than come with a plan and have us go, tweak it. It just makes it simpler.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Any other comments from the planning board? All right. Would anybody in the audience tonight like to speak in favor or against the zoning application request? Mr. Young.
Yeah. George Young, 407 Finecrest Drive, Matthews, North Carolina. A public disclosure. I've been on the board in the past, and I'm actually running for office. So unfortunately, I don't think it would be a good idea this close to an election and with a zoning this close to take a hard yes or no on it. I do have a lot of concerns. According to the agenda packet you've got, there's a PDF in there, Matthews Board of Commissioners dated August 8th, 2022. That's over a year that essentially has been hitting your agenda. I understand it's a difficult project. I understand the light rail, trying to get an answer from them as far as exact pathway is probably excruciating difficult. I also want to say to the petitioner itself, that property in there, the town of Matthews, has put so many restrictions on there. I've always wondered who is going to try and develop anything. There's been restrictions on the height, the density, even the uses to the specific of at one point, I think they wanted to have a movie theater there. So I'm not surprised that there's a need to do a text amendment to make changes to that. I remember sitting in this room probably 10 years ago when there was discussion about an actual minimum density at the location. So we've wrapped the developer up in a lot of red tape which is probably part of the reason it's taking a year. This development is something that is extremely common in Charlotte right now, extremely. They have what's called a TOD. It goes all the way up North Tryon, South Tryon, and South Boulevard. They have staff that completely and absolutely understand how to do this. Now, here's the other thing. We're the town of Matthews. Most of this project is almost like a photocopy of many of the projects that are being done in Charlotte along the light rail. What I'd hope is the board, our planning board and our planning department would take that into consideration, what uniqueness the town of Matthews have. And is it reflected in this? And at this point, I'm sort of not seeing that. The other issue I wanted to bring up is a document that was included with your agenda packet dealing with CMS, which the petitioner did address. We have a $2.5 billion CMS bond coming up, of which one project, which is essentially rebuilding Matthews Elementary, but it's not adding any bandwidth. This project is going to have an impact on our 3 schools in the area. I happen to live a half a mile away. My kids are basically, one's in high school and the other one's already in college. And the one in high school is a senior. So they'll be out of the system pretty soon. But that bond is not adding increases to our bandwidth. This project is going to put portables in all 3 schools. This town government recently did not want to deal with the idea of making changes to John Street. Let's keep it 2 lanes, the way it was in 1971. This is 2023. This is a high-density project. Light rail, federal rules mandate on the left and right 18.5 per acre. Okay. I'm in a neighborhood where it's 4 per acre. Okay, so you're basically guaranteed 4-story, if not 5, along with the traffic, the impact on schools. So if you want to prove this down the road, then you guys need to be starting to think about roads. The roads in that area, and I'm a half a mile from that area, are 2-lane roads. But wow, I guess everyone's going to ride a bicycle. Everyone's going to take light rail apparently and work at Bank of America or Duke Power downtown. And that is absolutely false. Maybe the board is looking at this from a development standpoint of what's going to do to the tax base. You know, in this little form that was given to you guys, they talk about actually total estimated capital costs of providing the additional school capacity for this new development is $10,146,000, calculated as follows. Elementary school, $6.4 million. High school, $3.6 million. In the town of Matthews, the school bond is $97 million to rebuild Matthews Elementary. Okay. I haven't had a chance to look at the numbers, what the tax base is versus, you know, what the revenue we bring in, county plus town of Matthews versus just this number, let alone roads. I mean, something to think about. So again, I'm not going to make a specific yes or no on this, but I think the town can do better. I also think we made it harder on petition with so much red tape that's been wrapped on these properties. I also have a concern for Crestdale community. This project is going to bring some serious outside money into the equation. And those people are going to have some serious amount of money thrown at them to buy their properties with redevelopment. It's a game changer for the town of Matthews in the next 15 to 20 years. It will change our character. And I think that discussion hasn't really had. I appreciate everyone's time here. Thank you.
Would anyone else in the audience tonight like to speak in favor or against this zoning petition?
Mayor, could we clarify, because I kept hearing that the capacity for Matthews Elementary won't be increased with the new rebuild. And Becky, do you remember exactly? I thought that it was going to increase by several hundred when it was rebuilt.
I don't know that offhand, but we can talk to CMS and get that information to the board for your next meeting.
Thank you. I do know that when CMS talked to us, I don't know, a week ago, that the capacity for the elementary school will be increased. It will not be rebuilt at what it is now.
And there also will not be portables included in the new school, at least,
Right,
at least
portables,
initially.
yes.
At least initially.
And maybe Jay, you could address the units per acre required by the federal government. Is that for funding or is that? But I just want to make sure there's accuracy of information going forward from that comment.
Right. So for public transit to succeed, for TOD, transit-oriented development to be successful, you generally do want a minimum number. There's a target number of units per acre, but it's not a science. But yeah, 18 to 20 plus it is a good starting point. In some cities, it may be 40 or 60 units per acre. So I think that's for Matthews, it's, where do we want to be? I think we want to be supportive. We're partners with Charlotte and CATS on wanting to see the Silver Line materialize and be successful.
And as we've had transit-oriented development conversations with CATS, has there been an overlying theme or a point that's been made over and over again about how we move forward in development surrounding the light rail?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we partnered in a TOD study with Charlotte Area Transit that has recommendations for how to create development along the alignment.
Would you say, I remember them saying over and over again that it would be appropriate for Matthews, that it would be Matthews specific and what Matthews felt comfortable with?
Well, at the end of the day, yes, it would be scaled for Matthews. So when I said some communities are looking at 40 or 60 units per acre or more, high rises in South End, that's not Matthews. So obviously it's going to be lesser here than other parts of the area.
Thank you for clarifying that,
Sure,
because I think
sure.
it's important that message isn't taken forward as fact or that we haven't been discussing that all along. I think it needs to be very clear that we are keeping in mind the scale of the community as we make these decisions on development. Mr. Dixon, did you have a?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Garner. I had the honor of serving on the Matthews Silver Line Task Force, along with a couple of members of the planning board. And we've been having those conversations for about 4 years. And I think one of the things that's important to note just about this development as a whole is that for the federal funding, of which I know just this much, but we have done as a company a lot of transit-oriented development here in Charlotte specifically. And since this is not a park and ride location, which is not what was envisioned, having the density, and Jay, you can chime in, having the core density there to support transit is going to be one of the considerations that I think will go into the federal funding as it goes forward. Is that correct? Okay.
Maureen, do we have anybody online that would like to comment? All right. I believe we received all the public comments. We can either close this public hearing or continue it. What's the will of the board? Is that a motion, Commissioner Urban?
Yeah, sure. No, wait, it's just this whole public meeting and provide feedback. Well, we provide the feedback, so would it not just go on to the planning board? We don't need to take any action.
We need to take a vote if we were going to continue it. We're going to close the public.
Send it to planning board.
I agree.
Is that Mr. Tefano? Everybody agree? Okay. This will go to the planning board and come back to us in the next meeting after that. Move on to the next item, zoning application 2023-782 Rainbow Express Ministries to change the zoning classification from R15 to RVSO on those certain properties being designated as 9910 and 9915 Talbot Court and further identified as tax parcels 227-15202 and 227-15203. Mr. Camp.
All right, good evening. So before you this evening, we have a request for rezoning for 2 parcels along Fullwood Lane, along Talbot Court, one of which would be zoned office. The second would be RVS. The proposal is to build 4 single-family dwellings on the kind of north side, or I guess that'd be the west side of Talbot Court, and to convert a existing single-family home that's being used to office zoning to bring that property into zoning compliance. We've got an aerial here to talk about context a little bit. See, these are the properties in question. This kind of more linear property would hold the 4 homes. This is where the existing home that was relocated from the adjacent site was relocated several years ago, is currently being used for office space. Looking at land use, I know there was a comment earlier on about conformance. We did look at this from a larger scale. We do have several large institutional uses with Matthews Glen just across the street. We've got Matthews United Methodist also across Fullwood. You've got the Scout Hut right here. So just looking at that in the larger context, ideally, the office would have probably been residential institutional, RI, like the church and Matthews Glen. But the yard requirements are such that you've got these really deep 50-foot setbacks and side yards, and your minimum lot size is, I think, 2 acres in RI. So RI wasn't really a good fit. So the next best zoning we could ascribe to it was office. Just a couple of quick street views of what the site looks like today. All right, so here we have the site plan. Again, the home is already existing, is being used for office space. There is proposed parking kind of at the corner here facing Fullwood, as well as some parking to the rear. We've asked the applicant to provide some screening in this area to not completely hide the parking from view, but to soften it a little bit. Sometimes too much screening can become a safety issue. So there would be screening here, and then the home would remain in its current state. Along this more linear site, you do have 4 proposed homes. These are shared driveways. There also would be detached garages along the rear. One thing to note is there is some existing tree save in this area that it was mitigation for Matthews Glen. The applicant is working with Mecklenburg County to relocate some of that that open space. It's actually open space mitigation, not tree save, but it would actually move to this rear area here behind the home. This is also tree save along these rear lot lines in the Hampton Green neighborhood. Actually, let me go back. So one thing that's really unusual about this rezoning is we typically, most rezonings for residential are upzoning. You know, you can build 2 or 3 units by right, and you're trying to build 2 times or 3 times or 4 times. What's interesting here is that the by right, which means what you could do by ordinance without a rezoning or a public hearing, it really yields 4, maybe 5 houses. I'm not a surveyor. I don't lay out lots, but the request is a bit unusual in that you could probably build at least 4 homes here today. The reason it doesn't work for the applicant are setbacks and yards and tree save and things of that nature. So using the RVS, which is one of our infill zoning districts, if you're familiar with Abington just up the street, as well as Eden Hall, those both employed the RVS zoning category. It does create more flexibility in the yards and the setbacks. So that flexibility is what the applicant desired. It wasn't, you know, the goal to create a much larger rezoning with much higher density than would be found. So again, this is a really unusual that it's really not it's more of a lateral zoning that gives the applicant more flexibility than the existing R15 on that site. The office space, that is a necessity of the zoning to bring the site into compliance. It is an office use. It's currently zoned residential. We have been working with Rainbow Express for some time to work on a solution for that. And the rezoning is the agreed upon solution. Just a few of the quick zoning conditions. There would be pedestrian lighting installed along Talbot Court. This is a conditional zoning plan. If you're not familiar with conditional zoning, were the board to approve this plan, it becomes legally binding. So it's only for 4 units, at least on the single family side. The layout you see, the conditional notes, those are all legally binding. So the applicant could not come in after the fact and do something drastically different. I have the same note there twice. I guess I was in a hurry when I was putting these together. There will be architectural elevations provided. In fact, the applicant is going to share that with you all this evening to give you an idea of what the homes might look like. There is tree save, of course, is indicated on the plan, and then the landscaping I mentioned. From a land use perspective, I talked about this just a few moments ago. It's generally consistent with the area. The office is a little bit unusual, but I think via conditional notes, we can find a solution there. So staff comments, and again, this is just a zoning map that this shows you the area around the site that's an overwhelming amount of RI institutional uses. We would like to see a list of allowed uses for the site. I know that the office use is particular concern for many of you in the audience. It's possible for the board to limit uses here to just office or even office for nonprofit. So that's an avenue we have in conditional zoning. We'd also like to see a maximum square footage ascribed to the office. I spoke with the applicant earlier this afternoon. The dwelling is about 4,000 feet heated or finished. I think in that 4,000 to 5,000 range makes sense. And then finally, parking, they are about one parking space shy of our code. It requires one space per 300. So there is some parking in the 3-car garage, but that's a relatively minor change that needs to be made before the final plan. So without any, that's the end of the staff presentation. Be happy to take any comments this time from the board or questions.
I do have a question. Our public commenter, Mr. Mullins, I believe, commented about the amount of square footage on one level. Mm-hmm. Would that be allowed under by right zoning? Could you put 3,500 square feet homes?
So we do not have a maximum. So a few of those comments, we do not have a maximum home size in Matthews.
Understand, but would the footprint be allowed under by right?
It would be, but it's potential that you may have to cut the lot number down. Maybe instead of 4, you're only doing 3 lots because you have to create wider lots for those larger footprints.
For the setbacks and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Any other questions for Jay? Commissioner Garner?
I think you asked the question that I'm thinking of, but maybe not. Is it the size of the buildings or the structures themselves that are creating the conflict with the setbacks that it needs to be RVS?
So it's a combination of things. You've got these tree save areas that were mandated via some of the open space requirements. The curvature of the street, it kind of juts into the lot. So these are kind of shallow right here. And then setbacks, when you push the homes further back. So R15 requires a 40-foot front setbacks. You're pushing the dwellings further back into the site. This is shown, John, I think at a 20-foot setback. So you're actually bringing the homes a little bit closer to the street and opening up more space to the rear. So it's really a combination of things with the dwelling sizes, the street curvature, tree save that really makes the RVS more appropriate, giving them flexibility.
All right. Any other questions for Jay? All right. Applicant could give a presentation.
Anybody from planning board? You guys good? All right. Thank you.
Planning board, do you have anything for Jay before we go on to the applicant? Okay. Mr. Ross.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, members of the planning board, good evening. My name is John Ross. I'm here this evening as a professional civil engineer, but more proud to be here this evening as a member of the board of directors for Rainbow Express Ministries. Here with me this evening is Miss Laurie Little. founder and director of Rainbow Express Ministries. Mr. Wesley Henson sends his sincere apologies for being double booked this evening. And again, I am John Ross. I'd like to extend, first of all, my gratitude to Mr. Camp and members of the town staff for their guidance and their direction through what is a little bit of a unique process. No two zonings are alike. This seems to be fairly simple, but it's also fairly unique. So we do appreciate his wisdom and his guidance in that. We would be remiss to jump right into the technical aspects of this if we didn't take just a moment and let Ms. Little give a little direction, a little overview of what Rainbow Express Ministries is. So let me step aside and she will do just that.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, for working with us. We really appreciate it. I'm just going to give you a really brief overview of Rainbow just as a frame of reference so you know from what we're speaking about. And then give it back over to John. Rainbow Express really started 28 years ago as a summer camp at Matthews United Methodist Church. I have a son named Will. He's here tonight. Who I was looking for a summer camp for. I was the youth pastor at Matthews United Methodist, and I couldn't find a camp anywhere in town. So I went back to my youth ministry and said, would you be interested in starting a camp for kids with disabilities? They wanted to do it. We did it. We thought we'd do it for a couple of years, and 28 years later, we're still doing camp. We have a children's camp, a teen camp, and a camp for young adults with disabilities. This year, we had about 250 people involved. So it's become a really great thing in our community. We, at the same time, developed a camp that we did in Haiti and did that for 7 years with a home there with folks with disabilities. We've been on hold for a while now because of the violence there, but we hope to go back. So as I watched these guys, they became involved in youth ministry at the church, and I got to know them well. And as they grew up and graduated from high school, I realized there's just this big black hole after high school for young adults with disabilities. There's nothing to do, nothing out there for them, no opportunities, and that didn't seem okay to me. So I shifted ministry priorities and decided to start a nonprofit. And that's when Rainbow, in 2014, we started a nonprofit for Rainbow Express Ministries and looked at what we really wanted to do. What did we need to provide? What could we offer that would really help these young adults? And so, of course, our first thing is we wanted to provide something where they have a sense of community, where they would have things to do in their daytimes. They had hours and hours. They were used to being in school, and all of a sudden, nothing else to do. So we wanted to have things they could do that were meaningful and fulfilling, and where they could really build lifelong friendships. So those were the things we were going into it with our, as far as our mission. And we started just doing that. So the things you'll see here on this rainbow are kind of under our umbrella of things that we're doing. We have daily gatherings, and we're still doing that today. We developed things to do during the day, Tuesday through Fridays. We're still doing that, and that involved a lot of different things. We have got local business partners. We are growing in that as well, where they allow our young adults to come in and volunteer their time, and then they're also building job skills as well as that. And that's a growing thing for us, which we're really excited about. So you see us around Matthews quite a bit. We also started, as part of this, a cafe that's held at Matthews United Methodist Church. It's called Feast with Friends. It's 11:30 to 1:30 every Thursday if you want to come have a good meal. But they cook the food, they wait the tables, they clean up. It's just a little kind of cafe right inside this church. In the last 3 weeks, we've had over 100 people there every single week. So we're really proud of that. They do a great job. We started a coffee shop that's called Will Beans, and we've done several things with Will Beans, but right now Matthews has asked us to serve every Sunday morning, so we're open on Sunday mornings during that church experience. We do lots of other things, and you may have seen us around town, do a lot of outreach and mission work. They love to help other people. We try to serve in every way that we can find in this community, and that's been a lot of what we've been doing. Now, when we first started doing all this, respite and residential was kind of down our list of what we would do. And then we quickly found that those were some of the most needed things we needed to be talking about. So we have developed a respite program. We call it Weekends Away. And we, every 2 months, give several young adults, 8 to 10 of them, an opportunity to spend with us from Thursday to Sunday, where they can practice independent skills. They can be together as an extended family. Also gives families a bit of respite time as well. Then we get to residential, and that seemed to be a huge need with all of our families, as you can imagine. As we started talking about that as a board and kind of thinking about what do we do about that, because we hadn't originally been thinking about that, we realized we didn't have a place to do it, first of all. So we had begun meeting at my house, quite honestly, for quite a while. Sometimes we met at the church, mostly at my house. And then we started really looking at Talbot Court and that property. And really, the house had just been moved onto Talbot Court, I think. I spoke with my friend Annalisa Johnson and said, what are you doing with that property? And they, of course, were going to fix it up and sell it. And I said, would you sell it to us before you did that? She said, yes, but we had about $1.50 at that time. And so I knew that wouldn't work. But we really thought through that and spent 2 years thinking about how to get the resources together to do that. And I tell this story because it's really important. We just weren't getting quite enough money to make this acquisition. So I decided this is May several years ago. I thought, well, I need to figure out if this is really what we need to do. So I spent a month and every single day went and parked in front of that house and really prayed about, is this what I'm supposed to be doing? Do we need to go a different direction? Do we need to continue with this? And for 1 month, I spent several minutes there every single day. And so the first week in June, after I finished doing that, the first week in June, I got a phone call from a family. Their daughter had been involved in our camp for quite a few years, and I didn't know their family at all. I just knew to say hello to them once a year. But they called and said, we'd like to hear what you're doing. I told them just what I've said to you. And then I mentioned we have some land we're really interested in. And we were interested in that land because it's walkable to Matthews. It's just right. It was the only land I could see as I drove around that really was big enough to do what we were thinking about. And after quite a few days of discussion, she called and said, we'd like to give you the money to purchase that land. So we feel this is holy ground, and it's definitely God ordained. We don't have any desire to do anything else with that land, to sell that or to do anything with it. But we know that something for Rainbow needs to be there. We never have had the intention of building a group home. That's not our desire or our intention. We're just really looking at doing single family homes and having friends that would like to live together to do that. Some of those folks will have disabilities. One thing that's important to know about Rainbow is from the beginning of time, with the first summer camp, we were very intentional in having peer buddies at camp. That's when they were children, when they were teens, and we still have peer buddies for our young adults in the evening. And that has grown into this big thing. We've had quite a few young adults that have moved in to the area, downtown Matthews, to be near our friends in Rainbow because they've been friends for years and years. And so that's how we go into this residential situation too, knowing they want to live together as friends as well. We're not going to be doing any licensing or getting money through the state. It is just single family homes with folks living together. So I'm going to turn it over to John now and let him be more specific.
Great, thank you. In keeping with the guidance of the UDO, we conducted a community meeting on September 13th. I think it was referred to a few moments ago. The image on the left shows all residences within 300 feet of our perimeter. So we sent out 35 invitations to neighbors. There were 15 people that attended the community meeting. 10 of those people were Rainbow Express board members, participants, guests. Oh, that's about right. And there were 5 neighbors that were there. They represented 3 adjacent properties. So of the 35 invitations that were sent out, there were 3 properties that were represented at that community meeting. We felt it was good and positive discussion. We had several of the typical things that you would get at a community meeting. How many homes? What do they look like? What are the prices? How do they fit? And felt like we had, again, good conversation. You have a summary of that community meeting in your packet. There were no resultant modifications to the zoning plan as a result of that conversation. Nothing of substance that would have changed the plan that was presented and that you have in your packets. I do want to point out that when the ACTS community was first developed, Talbot Court was created, it was constructed, and it created two lots, about 1.5 acres on the right, which is to the east, about 1.8 acres to the left. This is a plan out of that sheet of documents for actually entitled The Enclaves of Plantation Estates. I just present this to show it had always been intended that there would be multiple residential units on the 1.8 acres to the left-hand side. Also, what you see on here, the shaded area on both sides of this are the tree save areas. And I believe part of that, as Mr. Camp mentioned, is mitigation from the axe community. There's a fairly large trapezoidal area right here of planted trees, small diameter existing trees that were planted as part of that tree mitigation. And they are still intact today. And I'll address that in a little more detail in just a moment. The White House we refer to was located on the lot to the right. Just by the nature of where it was located, it effectively is creating just a single lot on that side. There's no intent, no plan to ever subdivide that lot, but rather operate and maintain the White House as it is in its function for Rainbow Express Ministries. Probably no need to continue talking about conformance. I think Jay did a very good job addressing that, so I will move on. This is the existing condition survey. The White House is not shown on here. But I think this shows a good point. So for R15 zoning, if you look on the left-hand side, this is currently zoned as R15, and this is the complication that we have. There is a 40-foot front yard setback and a 50-foot rear yard setback. While that's fine, while you can construct on that, what it does is it creates a very thin opportunity in the center of the site, just based on the geometry of the site and the curvature of Talbot Court. It creates a very thin opportunity. And we think we can do better if we rezone the property to the RVS, get some relaxation of those front and rear setbacks. And I'm going to talk just a moment about the tree save area as well. So this is the updated zoning plan that you have in your packets. We've made a few iterations to this. We received staff comments September 7th, a few more staff comments September 21st. We've been through that with staff. We know we've got a couple more things still to work out. This actually shows a little bit better if we show it as a rendered site. We moved this unit a little further away from Fullwood. We pushed that one a little further away from the adjacent neighbors as a suggestion from the staff. With regard to tree save, I'm going to do just one thing of clarification, Mr. Camp, if I may. So we are not, so this is the area of tree save that we want to mitigate. And again, these are the recently planted small diameter trees. These are not mature hardwoods that we're talking about. But to make these two center lots more buildable, we would like to relocate that portion of the tree save and commit to saving large mature trees along this side. And then this is the area where we would like to replant some trees. We're actually not doing anything to this tree save on this side. The square footage works out by this graphic that with the addition of this area and this area, we adequately mitigate that area. And we've run that by the county. The county is verbally okay with it. Obviously, they'll get a technical review of the document before we get into construction plans. But that is just a clarification of the mitigation of the tree save. This is just a little bit of an enlargement of the plan that you just saw, and this gives a little more detail. Again, our desire is to create 1, 2, 3, 4 residential lots, 2 points of access, lot line down the 2 driveways, creating the lots. We do anticipate accessory structures behind. And then for the office zoning, this is the desired parking and drive configuration. Yes, we can certainly find another parking space or 2 if that's what we need. And yes, we will be more than pleased to help screen the parking in the drive area as shown with the landscape. And of course, we'll do it in accordance with town standards, landscape standards. These are the elevations that we would like to provide to you as representative of the construction. These are not the exact houses that we will build, but these represent the architecture, the materials, and the style of homes that we would like to build. We are working with a local builder. Actually, a couple of these already exist in the town of Matthews. We are not under contract. We anticipate being there very soon, but we would commit that this is the style of architecture and the materials that we would use.
So you do intend to build some of them more than one story?
Yes.
Okay.
And as far as a footprint goes, please understand, we're trying to provide ADA accessibility, which lends itself to typically a little bit larger first floor plan than standard traditional residential construction.
Have you completed your presentation? I don't want to.
Yes, thank you.
Do you anticipate, addressing one of the comments that was made earlier, do you anticipate a lot of folks walking back and forth between the office and these houses? Because it does seem kind of dangerous there right off of.
That's a good point. And that was actually one of the staff comments that we received. Our focus will be to have crossings done at where the crosswalk exists right now at the Fullwood Talbot Court intersection. We will focus on that as our access point. There will be crossing, yes, but our focus will be to force it to that intersection.
Commissioner Garner?
I know that you, Ms. Little said that these are not group homes, but I'm a little bit unclear how many people are living in each home and what differentiates this from a group home?
We will have 4 to 5 people living in the homes. We are not planning to be licensed or anything under receive state or federal money. So they'll just be regular single family homes. There are by definition, I think there's a certain number of people in a group home and then you have to be licensed. There's quite a few things that you have to go through to do that, but that's not what we're wanting to do at all.
Our ordinance says up to 6,
right?
Not more than 6.
Correct.
So this, to be a group home, as I read it, not more than 6 people live in the home.
Correct.
So I'm not sure I understand how, except that you're not asking the state for licensing, how this isn't a group home.
We're not paying people to live there. There's a lot of differences on how that's run than what we're just having folks live together like a regular landlord would, renting rooms to folks that would like to share life together.
Jay, can you share something on that, please?
So our ordinance classifies this as room renting. It is called out and it limits the number of unrelated individuals to 4 per dwelling. But our ordinance for group homes would require 800 feet of separation. So we would not be able to approve this development if each of these were classified as a group home.
But there will be no assistance living in the home with the.
Well, this is an innovative idea, and we've seen a couple others that are working very well doing that, but they would be living with friends who know coming in, they're all going to help together in providing care for each other. So it'll be mutual assistance with everyone. Yes. And this, what we are providing is not going to be for everyone. We've told this we have a large network of folks in Rainbow. It won't be the perfect thing for everyone, but it'll be a great option for a lot of people. So they'll have application process to be involved so that we make sure that they're very successful.
Because I appreciate the approach, but I'm not entirely sold on it. I just feel like you can call something not a group home. I'm not sure that makes it not a group home.
It really.
I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I'm just saying that to better understand what we're talking about. And so
it's easier to understand, I think, if you know our folks too. But for instance, we just had a young lady that moved from another city to come here because she loved the Rainbow community, and she's got a friend living with her. They both have jobs. They're doing great independently together. And she's one of them has disabilities and one does not. So there's many of our guys that can do that. Several of our guys have lived on their own completely before. So I think it's just more of knowing who we're talking about and being aware of them. Obviously, it won't be for someone who needs 24-hour care, who needs a whole lot of support in that way.
Commissioner Willie.
Thank you so much. Just for clarity, we're talking about young people who are working on their own and just need somewhere to live together. Is that pretty much what I'm hearing?
Some of them are working, some of them are doing volunteer work, some will be involved in Rainbow during the day. So yes, they'll have plenty of things to do.
They are adults.
They are, yes, sir. Yes. They sure are. They sure are. And the Rainbow staff, our Rainbow organization, will also provide support to these houses without a doubt, but not live-in support. That will not be needed.
I'm very familiar with the Rainbow, and I've been to several year luncheons as well also. And there's a need, and there's a need for our young people who are trying to reach out, and for parents when they get the age of 18 and over, sort of have some independence of themselves to feel like they own. I don't think it's a group home. I'm familiar with group homes, and it's 4 and under, and I know what a group home is. And you said there's not going to be nobody to supervise there. You know, the houses, the units that's going to be there, to me, it looks to be a very well organized. I'm very impressed with the White House. It's a beautiful place. I watched it from when they moved it to where they started developing it. So I'm very familiar with there. And there is a need. There's a need in the city and town of Matthews for us to be able to reach out to Rainbow Ridge and to help these young people in a place that they can thrive and feel like they're part of the town as well also. I just wanted to share that. I don't feel like it's a group home, but I'm really familiar with where and what it is and what it is. I think there are some concerns about the size of the house and in location to where it is with the residents that live there. I understand the setback, and I can understand your reason for that. 40 feet is pretty far back in the yard space there if you're going to try to do that. But I just wanted to share that I'm very familiar with Rainbow, and there is a great need in the city of Matthews. Thank you.
I'd like to just make a comment. Miss Little goes to my church, Matthews United Methodist, and I know many of the folks that participate in Rainbow Express, and many are fully functioning adults that could do very well living on their own in this type of setting. So I'm hoping that we can work with the neighbors that are opposed to this to mitigate what it is you're against about it. But it's a fantastic program. I really encourage you to find out more about Rainbow Express because it's really amazing what they're doing. Mayor Pro Tem McCool?
Yes, I was curious about, I guess, how it works financially for the individuals. Are each of the individuals paying an individual rent for the room? Is it subsidized? What's the explanation there?
Right. We're working through all those things, but everybody would be paying rent. Absolutely. And then we also, as a Rainbow community, are working through financial ways to sustain that as it moves forward. We're hoping to build, we are going to build homes that don't have mortgages. We're going to make sure that we cover that. They live on fixed incomes, most all of them. So everyone will contribute to rent, but we also will have some things in place for long-term to make sure the maintenance and things that need to happen will be taken care of.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was
sure.
my next question. And then they'll stay continually owned by Rainbow Express. You're not going to sell them. And
Correct.
one more, you may have already mentioned this. Is there going to be whatever you call a live-in supervisor, or is there not? I guess that's
Not a person called a supervisor, no. It will just be friends living together. And we've done this for years, so we're aware of the people that are able to do that. There'll be no nursing care or those kind of things that are offered at this home. So these will be folks that can live independently as well with friends. And all of us need some assistance sometimes with each other. And they have developed this great community of friends that are used to that and will be wanting to do that.
I don't want to,
Yep.
I think this is a great program, but I think you're dodging the question. Like you're saying friends. And so I don't
Right.
necessarily understand how that is
I mean, people who
different.
choose to live with them. So this will be a choice of someone who wants to rent and be there and understand that everybody's going to work together there.
And so what if you don't have an individual who can do that? Will there be not a friend, quote unquote, living there? Is that how it's going to work?
No, there will definitely be. We
So
will
that's
be
a
very
requirement.
mindful of all that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Commissioner Urban?
So who maintains the 4 properties? I mean, on a day-to-day basis, who does the basics?
The basics will be the people that live there, just like you and I.
They cut the lawn?
Many of them can cut the lawn, yes. But we, like I said, Rainbow will be the bottom line on all of that, but we will also expect that those homes will be maintained by the people who live in them,
Okay.
both inside and outside.
Okay. So I have
Absolutely.
a sort of a lot of questions about the functionality of this, because when you're talking about an apartment, there's another body that maintains things and repairs things and stuff like that. But so I think a couple things, definitely supportive of staff looking at the list of allowed uses, and what my recommendation would be is go through the list of allowed uses and you take the first pass at it, and then we'll take a look from there. And then the other comment from Jay was the maximum square footage for office space. So I'd like to delve that into a little bit more. It's okay, to sort of use the architectural representations, but I'd really prefer, if this ball does move down the path, to have the board of review. And then I would sort of question, John Ross knows where I'm going with this. I would sort of question why the big, large floor plate if you're 2 stories, you're only talking 4 people. And so I think I think we could have some discussion there about, I get the ADA. I understand that completely. Haven't been there, done that. But in some regards, if a footprint will work for a single story, why not then all be 4 stories? And so you're not overwhelmed with a 2-story. I think we just got some work here. I heard the public comment. He said, well, we want it to be like Hampton Green. Well, Hampton Green is eclectic. So what you're showing there is fairly eclectic. So I think there needs to be some more neighborhood discussion. I'd like to know, I think to the mayor's point, what the sticking points are. I like to really find a win-win here. I'm wondering, is it a matter of delineation, meaning would it make sense from I'm spitballing here, that Hampton Green, that there be an entry monumentation signage at the bottom of Talbot Court that identifies this is Hampton Green? Or do you want to embrace Rainbow Express and move it to the Fullwood side of Talbot Court and kind of create that sense of entry there, and then have the architecture reflect that? I think there's a myriad of ways in which you can do it. I think there's just a lot of questions from the board from lots of different angles about how this all sort of works out. So I think, Mayor, unless you go to staff, to the planning board and ask some questions, I'm kind of feeling in the mood for continuing this public hearing until we sort of dot some more I's and cross some more T's. And of course, I want to listen to the Mayor Pro Tem McCool, the conversations.
Yeah, I also agree. It needs to be continued. I've heard all of it, but I think I want to have a conversation with staff about what our definition of a group home is, because just looking at the Oxford Dictionary definition, it's a home where a small number of unrelated people in need of care or support live together. And so I don't know what constitutes the town's definition versus another definition. So I want to have that conversation before we move forward.
Commissioner Tufano.
Thank you. These people came here to speak their mind tonight, and I think regardless of a continuance, they should be given the opportunity to do so.
They absolutely will.
We weren't.
There was never any intention not to let people speak. So, all right. Are there any further questions from our board, elected officials, for Mr. Ross or Ms. Little? Planning board.
A couple of questions about the footprints of the 4 houses. What's the smallest distance between the houses you're proposing and the property line that fronts on Hampton Green? How close are they going to be? Or the closest one? I realize there may be some difference in the 4 of them.
Make sure I understand the question as you're asking. The closest distance from.
Right. In other words, part of the problem now, you can't put these there because one of the issues is going to affect you is the set off from the property line of the building.
The front setback.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is,
yes.
In your proposal, what's the closest that any one of these houses would be to the property line? I know there may be slight differences.
Sure.
But I'm just trying to understand.
So as a reference point, this width of this rectangle is 55 feet. So it's probably a little bit more than 55 from the corner of that to that rear property.
Well, you're also putting the outbuildings, which I'm talking
about accessory structures.
The accessory structures, how close are those going to be to the property line? That's what I'm really trying to get to. Sorry.
This would be the closest one here. It looks like that is a 26-foot wide dimension. That's probably 30 feet from the adjoining property line with a mature wooded buffer between.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, what is the buffer? Do you have a picture of what the buffer is there right
It's
now?
mature hardwoods now. I don't have a picture of it. Jay, you had a picture in your presentation, street view, but I'm not sure that it really focused on that.
Okay, but in other words, there are existing, it's all the existing trees. Well, there's a tree
There
stand
are
that's already
existing
in
trees there,
existence
yes.
there right now.
Yes.
Okay, I think that answers my question, but obviously the big concern here is whether it's a group home or not legally, and that's something I think we need to go back to and come back with us. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the planning board? Jim, anybody? All right, we'll move on to the folks that had signed up earlier. If you're still here, we'll start with Anna Stansel. We'll remind you that if this is continued, you will not be able to speak at our next public hearing on the same issue if you speak tonight. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Floor is
name
yours.
is-
Go ahead.
I'm Anna Stansel. I live at 320 Whitefriars Lane. I have called Matthews home since 1995, and I've lived in Hampton Green for most of that time. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to speak tonight. My primary concern when it relates to Rainbow Express putting 4 homes on Talbot Court is safety. That street in this representation actually shows the curve relatively well. It's already a blind spot. And if somebody does choose not to use the crosswalk, even with lighting, it creates a safety risk and a concern for people coming off of Fullwood into the street, but also coming up the hill, exiting our neighborhood. I have a teenage driver who has anxiety already diagnosed. And her thought when this was brought up was, what happens when I'm driving in and I don't see somebody? Could I possibly hit them? That's a concern for me as an adult. I can't imagine it for a teenage driver. The other issue that I've come across is parking. Talbot Court does not really allow for street parking, yet people are already parking on the street when Rainbow has their events, and I understand why, because their parking lot gets full. When that happens, coming up around that curve, you cannot see the stop sign even when there's not a car there. And so then I'm having to cross over into the left-hand side of the road and potentially come up with an accident or a head-on collision. If there are 2 cars parked on either side of the road, it also has happened. We don't have access for people to come down, particularly EMS, police, or fire. It is a safety issue and a concern for many of the residents in our neighborhood. So that's what I would have to say for tonight. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. All right, Sarah Coulter. Sure, you can go last. Next that signed up was Bill Meckman.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Bill Beckman. I live on 306 Demery or Demery Lane, depending on who you ask. They're here. I guess I think a lot of people in the neighborhood agree with Rainbow Ministry. They've been great neighbors. We like them. I went to the open house. It was great to get to know everybody. When I heard about the rezoning, I guess what comes to mind is right now the way it's zoned, they can do based on the setbacks and what I'm hearing, you could do 3 houses. So that's, they can do that regardless of what decisions made. So they're pushing for 4, which I get, more houses. So one of the things that came to mind is what happens if, I know they say right now they don't want to sell them, they don't intend to sell them, but what happens if, something happens? Then all of a sudden we have 4 properties instead of 3 properties that are now unencumbered. The other thing that came to mind is I did a little bit of looking online and they already own properties, at least one that I could find. So I would like to know how many properties, or maybe you guys should ask how many properties they own currently and how many people with disabilities are in those properties. Because what I'm concerned by is that these 4 properties will just, basically become they're just rent to anybody. If there's no allowance or anything, that's no restrictions on these properties, then basically they just become a landlord. So that's one question I would like to know the answer to. So I guess those are my main points that I think you guys should maybe address, maybe look into, particularly what percentage of people in their current properties have disabilities. I'm sure, hopefully they know some ratio, but if it's only 10%, then that would give me some pause. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask our town attorney, Mr. Buckley, if the concern about these properties being sold and rented just to anybody, if that could be deed restricted.
It could be deed restricted, but that would be up to the owners of the property to do that.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Next person we had that signed up is Jimmy Kismer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. If I could ask a clarification question first. For these buildings, are we committing to no more than 4 bedrooms per unit? If that's not, is that something I could clarify?
We can ask the applicant. I don't know. So, Mr. Ross, if you want to address that, you can address these questions at the end. So we'll get that answered.
Sure. A little concerned with the lack of an immediate answer, candidly. Not out of any sort of gripe, but just I think, we've seen, or we're seeing right now, right? This main building that we have was a zoned residential building that was used out of compliance. It was used in a way that was not what we were intending as a board, I assume, many years ago. And instead of bringing the hammer on compliance, we're instead kind of looking to give a sort of amnesty to this. I get that. I kind of get where we're coming from. I guess my concern isn't with that, because having met the folks over there and seeing what they're doing, I really like what I see. I like meeting the people over there. But we say we're going to have 4 residents per unit. What happens if it's 12? Are we going to take the same process and say, oh, this is out of compliance, we're now going to bring this into compliance by making this some sort of group home or sheltered facility? I want to echo the concerns that were raised on parking and size and setbacks. I think those are all valid. I think for me, my concern is not with what happens today, it's what happens in 5 or 10 years. I have a 2-year-old who's going to be in the neighborhood. I'm at 302 Demery Lane, by the way. My primary concern is frankly, not with the proposal as it is today, much as I do echo some of the concerns on safety. In fact, all the concerns on safety and lighting, and the fact that, good luck getting a fire truck down there if there's parking on both sides. It's just not going to happen. I suppose where my concern is say we get the ball rolling here today and say this is what we want to move forward with. We're going to have these homes. They're going to have folks that have disabilities. I'll read what our ordinance says about what group homes are. Group homes, family care homes, adult care homes, standalone assisted living facilities, and sheltered households within a single family detached dwelling unit are types of residential living environments specifically focused on providing care and support to persons with temporary or permanent physical, mental, or emotional limitations. If that's room renting, that's fine, but then we don't need this anymore, pretty much. We can get rid of this clause, we'll never use it. And so my thought is that, first of all, this is a group home. I think it's a fair thing to say. It's not a bad thing in and of itself, right? Like, again, if you've met these folks, they're great. It's not a matter of the people that we're going to have in our neighborhood. We welcome them, and frankly, they're going to be a great addition to the Hampton Green family, and I say that genuinely. And my concern is what happens if we go to having 12 people. Right, we have 3,500 square feet. Was that 6 bedrooms? Right, 2 people per.
To be clear, that would be illegal. It's not allowed. 12 unrelated people can't live anywhere in a home in Matthews. That's not against.
Is the current office use considered illegal as well?
They're not living there.
I'm saying is the office use of it. That's my concern is the creep. And realistically, if we decide to designate this as a group home and we give it its blessing, I don't have a problem with that. But my concern would be I would want it deed restricted very, very strongly. Someone previously mentioned the notion of what happens if the going gets tough and folks decide, hey, we're going to find a different place. We're going to find a different, maybe a bigger facility, maybe a bigger lot in Matthews. And suddenly we have all 4 of these houses designated as group homes and available for any sort of group home activity. I think I speak for most folks here that would say that having a group home where you have a significant amount of people who are disabled is fine. But a group home where you have a significant amount of people who are coming off of drug addiction, right? Like my brother has in the past. I've seen his group home and he would tell you himself having a number of those next to each other is just not a good idea. I think the prospect of having folks who are coming out of prison and struggling with things, I get that. But again, 4 together, I did take a look at the ordinance to see what safety measures, what kind of safety valves we have with regards to disallowing things. But if we allow these as group homes or shelter facilities and we say, you know what, we're okay with it, and some amount of people can live here per state statute, you can't have anyone who's physically violent. You can't have people who are sexually violent. Again, that's not something that we're going to do here today. That everyone here would say, well, that's not going to happen. We're not going to let that happen. My concern is not for this council, and it's not for Ms. Little. My concern is for what happens in 5 years when folks say, actually, we're going to reinterpret that statute. My concern is for what happens if we get down the road and say, you know, we're going to expand this use of group. Yeah, these are already designated as group homes. We can use them for anything. They've already overcome the zoning challenges. In fact, it may not even have to come back to a meeting like this. We may have a circumstance where if it's zoned appropriately for group homes or for shared family facilities, and it doesn't have a specific deed restriction, we could have, a couple of people, we could have 16, 18, 20, 25 folks with sex charges on their record, a mile from downtown and half a mile from Matthews Elementary. Right around the corner from where I live, where my 2-year-old is going to grow up to love this neighborhood and love the people in it. I want to encourage you guys, and those who know me know that I don't really talk in jest or sarcastically much because I don't find it useful. So know that I mean this genuinely. Most political mistakes don't follow you. I approved a duplex in a single family zone. I supported a 4-acre subdivision that was a little weird. I replaced the carpet in the Matthews Library and people didn't like the pattern. Nobody's going to care in 5 years. Nobody. But if you accidentally approve a set of homes that are then used by 16 pedophiles a half mile from school, people will remember your name. And I don't want that for you. I don't want that for me. I don't want that for anyone. And I mean that. Can you imagine if I did that? Right? Can you imagine what Ben, my son, would have to go through? Right? Oh, yeah. Oh, Mr. Kissmer, nice to have you here. I appreciate you being part of this residency application and this interview. Hey, are you related to Jimmy Kissmer by any chance? Oh, you are? Oh, no reason for asking. It's just we have these, we live around the corner for some projects, and they're called the Kissmer projects. And I don't want that for anyone. That's a cancer in our culture today. But it's the reality of our culture today. I think that if we have this proposal, right, and whether we end on two or three or talk about ramps and parking, that's all good, and I'm supportive of that. But my biggest concern is to make sure that if this is a done deal, that it's a done deal. Not to request a deed restriction, but to require one. If we're going to say that 4 people are going to live here and that they're going to be folks that have disabilities and live together, then let's do it on a deed. Let's make it so binding that it's not up to a future council to be able to say, oh, well, do we want to change that or not? No, if this is what we want to do, if this is what we say that we want to do as a town, then let's do it. put it in the deed, get it approved, get all the I's dotted, T's crossed, such that when we end this all, we have confidence of what's going to be here, and we don't have another circumstance where suddenly we're out of compliance. That is my only ask, and that's my only request. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I did ask about deed restrictions, but I think the insinuation that this board or any future board would knowingly put a pedophile group home next to Hampton Green is absolutely ridiculous, and that would never happen. And you know that wouldn't happen. So we can put it in a deed, but no future board is going to say, let's put sex offenders in Hampton Green. I mean, come on. All right. Who else? Yeah. Who else would like to speak tonight on this? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, or start with you. Please state your name and address. If anybody else would like to speak, would you line up so we can just go right in a row here?
Hi, my name is Pamela Mullins. I live at 909 Evian Lane. So our property butts up to the property that we're talking about. First of all, Town Council, I appreciate you allowing this hearing tonight and allowing us to be part of the government process, and appreciate you representing us. So thank you so much. I also appreciate the ministry of the Rainbow Express and what they offer to a very special community group, and I want to laud your efforts. So that is not an issue here. I love Hampton Green. I lived here in 1995 to 1997. We moved away for 13 years. We came back to the very same house because I love that. Okay, sorry. I love the neighborhood, and I love being in Matthews. I love Matthews, and I appreciate what you're doing to make this to be a beautiful community and to be a town of character. That's very important. Families are very important. The people in Hampton Green are friendly, and the neighborhood is lovely, and we want to keep it that way. I request that the Rainbow Express property on Fullwood Road be continued R15 single family homes, and that the building use materials and size of the classic Hampton Green style. Talbot is our entrance. We used to have another entrance, and that was changed. So because we were kind of like landlocked. So Talbot is our new entrance. I thought we were supposed to get some entrance signs that made it look like here's Hampton Green. I don't know, maybe I misunderstood that. But I am concerned about the size of these houses. I'm concerned that there are only 2 driveways. I think that is a handicap. That's not what we have in our neighborhood. Each of our homes has a driveway. I feel like that is very important, that this look like Hampton Green if it's going to be at our entrance. If there are any ramps, I have no problems with ramps. But if my mother is in heaven now, but we just dealt with her and I had to take her to Matthews, but we had to deal with wheelchairs and ramps and things. I'm all about that. But let's put them in the back of the house so that that's not what you see when you come to the neighborhood. Commissioner Urban, I have sat in meetings, and I want to appeal to your aesthetic expertise that seems to guide the town of Matthews. And I'd like for you to go to bat for our Hampton Green so that we have that aesthetic at the front of our neighborhood. That's very important. The other thing I want to talk about is I walk a lot. One reason I moved to Matthews is because I'm a walker. I walked up here tonight. I love to walk. I spent a lot of time in Europe, and I wanted that feel, and Matthews is very close to what I experienced in Europe. So I would walk through that property until very recently. That property was not maintained properly. I had to walk through grass. I walked to my church, and so I walked through that property to get to my church, and sometimes the grass was that high. That was not good. It was a long time. It's just that there was a long time between mowings. That has been the history that we've experienced. That's not safe. There are snakes and mice that like to grow up in situations like that. So it's not very healthy. But I was wondering how you're going to maintain. Is it going to be maintained on a regular basis? Because again, it's at the entrance of our neighborhood. If you look at Hampton Green, most of the homes are beautifully maintained. People take pride in their property, and that's important. The other thing about our property is that our home floods more than any property in Hampton Green, save one. So is yours the other? Okay. So I think it's because of the elevation. Mr. Urban, you'd probably know more about this than I do.
Can you point
but,
out which house is yours? Can we get
909. David, can you go up there and do that for me?
we've got a pointer. Second one from the bottom. Right there. There we go. That doesn't work. Thank you.
Okay, he says that's our house. I trust him. Anyway, so I guess it's the way our property lies versus the Rainbow Express property. When we have like 100-year storm, heavy rain, like when we had our last tropical storm, we have a river that goes down the side of our property and our front yard becomes a pond. Now, I am concerned if you start building that it's going to be even worse. So, those of you that know more about it, but I am concerned about flooding on our property. I am wondering how, if any of you guys that are experts, you planning commissioner people and those that know all about building, if you can help us to understand what will happen with that when you build these extra homes there. The other thing I'm concerned about is the buffer of trees. Part of it's our land and part of it is the Rainbow Express land. But builders are notorious for bulldozing. You might be gone and they'll bulldoze some trees that they're not supposed to, but the fine is so small that they're willing to do it. Well, the trees cannot be replaced. That is very important to me. We have to live with our environment. We cannot just build up a lot of cement and have a lot of people and forget about green spaces, forget about trees. They're very, very important. So I want to get a guarantee about a buffer plan and that those trees will be left there and that they will not be chopped down. The other thing that concerns me is deer. We live on this earth with deer. They're very important. And we live with animals. And we should not get rid of all of them because we're building. So it used to be that the deer they'd have more forested spaces. Now we have deer that live right between our houses. And I wake up in the morning and they're in my yard. So I have to be careful. And that's and so they're there, and I have to be careful about what plants I plant. Yarrow you can plant. The deer don't like the yarrow. So anyway, I'm concerned about the deer, about that. And I think that's all. Let's see. Let me see. I have some questions. I think some of them have been answered. I want to know about how you're planning to maintain and how often you're planning to maintain. And I'm concerned. I heard tonight about the no supervisors in the home. I'm very concerned about that. It's a big concern. So I'd like some answers about that because that'll impact the safety of our neighborhood. And another concern is about the lighting. Is it going to shine into our homes? Does anybody know about that? The lights that they're going to be putting up, are they going to be shining into? Huh? They're going to be putting up public lighting? Is that correct? Is that what I heard? Professional lighting, something about lighting. Anyway, that's another
Street
question. Now, if this turns out to be a group home, we have heard that group homes, the property values of the homes go down. And if the property values of our homes go down, then that means our tax value goes down, and that means less money for the town of Matthews because our property value has gone down. So please figure that into the equation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Annalisa?
Okay. Want a break before I talk? Okay. All right. My name is Annalisa Wadley. I live at 701 Pavilion View Drive. I've lived in Matthews since the late 70s, early 80s. Nothing is more important to me than this town. Believe me, I fought things that you guys don't even know about when they were going to put 51 right down through the middle of Matthews, when they were going to do so many things here that'll blow your mind. And I don't want to even go into them, but I have been a proponent of Matthews my whole life since I moved here. And I've lived here a long time. So it's scary when something new wants to happen and you think, oh, dang, it's going to hurt this, it's going to hurt that. But I've been also involved with Rainbow for years and years. I support it financially. I try to help them any way I can. And I think sometimes people think that all of the young people in Rainbow might have mental issues or they're not quite right. And that is not true. A lot of these young people have disabilities, like they're in wheelchairs or other things like that. But they can live on their own. They've proved that. And unless I'm wrong and they've changed the law, it used to be you could have 4 unrelated people living in a house without any zoning changes or anything else. Only 4, but you could have 4 unrelated people living in any house here in Matthews. That's what I remember from my past days. But anyway, I don't think we need to be scared of this. I understand. Listen, I own the property. I used to own Hampton Green at one time, and I sold that property. You wouldn't believe for how little per acre. Blows my mind. I wish I had it back. But anyway, I love Matthews, and I can understand people being concerned about property values, about traffic, lighting, all those things really matter. But I think there ought to be a way that we can come together. And I don't think this is a bad plan. We're talking about 4 homes with 4 people that aren't cousins, whatever. And they're not saying, they would not put people there that they did not think that they could manage on their own. I mean, they just wouldn't do that. This is their heart. Rainbow Express wants to help these young people with disabilities and people who never had children that have had serious disabilities, whether physical or sometimes somewhat mental, but they don't understand that at some point they're adults and they don't want to be living at home. And they're capable of living by themselves. And I think, if something should happen and I'm all wrong, I mean, that's the time to jump up and, wave your arms, but give it a chance. These are young people, young adults that have an ability to live by themselves. And by right, I believe we could put 4 in each house anyway. So it'd be better to have your blessing on this situation and have a little bit of input. And as I say, Matthews is the most important thing in my life. And I've worked really hard many times, many ways. But there's a bypass out there that we have around Matthews. I was on that committee. I fought hard for that. Tried to keep 51 from going down the middle of this town and try to keep it on. Well, I won't even go into it. But it's not like I'm just some rare person that wandered in here with an opinion. I really care. And I care about your concerns. I'm sure I would probably have the same ones, but I think if they can do a lot of things by right, it's a lot better to have input from the town council, get some of your concerns addressed, and maybe put that into whatever they come up with and decide. That's all I want to say. But anyway, I love Matthews. I hope every one of you else love as much as I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watley.
Good evening. My name is Linda Blanchard. This is my daughter, Rhonda. I have been, we live on Winding Trail in Matthews, North Carolina. I have been a resident of Matthews, North Carolina for 49 years. My daughter, Rhonda, has attended school here. She goes to church here, and she has worked in downtown Matthews for 10 years at her job. Rainbow Express Ministries has been a part of Rhonda's life for 28 years. It has given her opportunities to make friends and to serve in our community. My daughter's future is a huge concern of mine. As a mom of a daughter with a disability, it is important to know that our town supports housing options for all people. The property on Talbot Court is a great location for this opportunity to continue living in the community they grew up in and know and love so well. Please consider the rezoning of the Rainbow Express Ministry on Talbot Court to be rezoned for these houses. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Thomas Thason. I live at 424 Shrewsbury Lane. My concern, I have a couple of concerns. Control and long-term disposition, there's a lot of questions there. My concern is Rainbow. I didn't hear anything about Rainbow Express until you put up signs talking about rezoning. The neighborhood, I had no idea who you are or what you did. You took a few people from around the property and brought them in, and a few people showed up. You did not approach the entire neighborhood. This is the main entrance to our neighborhood. There was no effort. There was nothing in my mailbox saying this is what we're doing. This is what our thoughts are. The lack of communications here has been, I think, a serious issue. I am not completely against it, but I think perhaps starting with a couple of houses and give it 3 or 4 years and see how that, perhaps there's something that can be done on an intermediate basis. But it is, and is there going to be a property manager? So if there's a problem, who do we call? These are rental properties. Who's going to have responsibility for it? There's just a lot of questions and lack of communications with the neighborhood, and it's just led, I think, to a lot of uncertainty.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greg Ream. I live at 430 Eberly Way in Abingdon. We have a son, Grayson, who has disabilities, or should I say he has different abilities than maybe you or your family members have. But Grayson's been involved with Rainbow Express Ministries for nearly 20 years now. Now he's 40 years old, which surely means how much he and we as his parents love the wonderful opportunities that Rainbow Express Ministries has given to Grayson through the years. And of course, as the years are swiftly going by, it's a constant concern for us to make sure that Grayson will have a beautiful, safe home once we are no longer with him. We also know the importance of having a community that welcomes him and his friends. Matthews has certainly become that welcoming community. We love Rainbow Express Ministries in Matthews so much that 2 years ago this month, we sold our home, 26 years in Charlotte, and moved to Abingdon here in Matthews. Now Grayson can walk to the White House on Talbot, to his seminars, into town where he works at Renfro's, shop, grab a bite to eat, as well as attend all the great events at Stumptown without having to be driven. You know, he can do all this on his own. You may have even shared a dance or two with him during one of the events at Stumptown. He loves to dance. So none of us knows what the future will bring, but planning alongside Rainbow Express Ministries have given Dawn, my wife, and I the hope we were seeking for our son and his community to have prayers answered for a forever home. So thank you for your support, and God bless you.
My name is Brian Richards, and I live at 1108 Gateshead Lane, so in the back of the neighborhood. And I am a disabled adult. And I'm not up here to say that I don't think we should have the residents, the proposed residents in our neighborhood one bit. And I don't believe that I've heard any of my neighbors say that either. We are concerned about our families and our safety of our families, not from who's going to be living there, from the proposal, but from the dangers of this intersection here. What this is not showing is it needs to be zoomed out, because you don't see how Fullwood connects to Trade and the angle and the bend that it does that at. We do have another entrance. You could turn right onto Trade, but it's literally, you look, there's no car, you step on the gas as fast as you can, and you pray to God that you're not going to get hit every day. I don't use that entrance anymore. I use this one. And when there's an event, it's a blind corner. When there's landscapers, whether it's from Rainbow, from the city, from a neighbor, it's a blind corner. Once again, I'm just praying that as I round that bend, what also is at an elevation, so it's not flat, so you don't see what's coming up on the other side of that hill. And that's not shown here. And let's not forget that that big empty parcel is not an empty parcel across the street. That's Axe. Where are they going to be draining out? Are they going to be right on this intersection here? Are we going to be fighting them to get out of our neighborhood too? I mean, are we going to wall off Hampton Green and airlift food into us? I mean, that's what this is looking like to me. This is how we get it out of our neighborhood. And that crosswalk up there, that is not the right place to have people crossing. If they're going over that main house and you're coming down Fullwood and you're making a right onto Talbot, that's a blind corner. No matter how many lights you have, you're not going to see somebody crossing. I see some neighbors here that walk their dogs. I don't know how many times I've almost hit them on accident. I would never want to do that. But I see a lot of other neighbors because you can't see anything. But you're also feared that you're going to get rear-ended as you approach that corner, because people are flying down. I see them in my rearview mirror. I've been rear-ended. And it is not fun. I went through a year of rehab for my back because of it. So it isn't, the issue to me isn't, we don't want the proposed residents in our neighborhood at all. It's the safety for those of us who call Hampton Green home. And that's the chief concern. And that needs to be addressed before any rezoning should be approved, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So my name's Sarah Coulter, and a lot of these people are here because of me. I want to know when Hampton Green is going to matter. Because over the years, and I've lived there, I live at 320 Whitefriars Lane. My daughter was the one who spoke earlier. I've been there since 1995. Fullwood was not a racetrack going around the curve, going onto Trade Street at the time. And we could get out of our neighborhood off of Whitefriars. When all of that happened and we fought it, and most of you remember it, and we were told we were going to have a median on Trade Street where we could not turn left. When that happened, they told us, oh, but we'll put you, there's an entrance to Fullwood Station, so you can make a U-turn there. Oh, so you're going to give me 50 feet to get out of my neighborhood when that, like Brian said, they're flying through there, and get over 3 lanes to make a U-turn. Not happening. We also asked for a right turn lane off of Fullwood onto Talbot, and we were denied. And what Brian said was absolutely the truth. Every time I come up Fullwood to turn right onto Talbot, I am watching my rearview mirror, probably more than I'm looking in front of me, because I'm afraid I'll get rear-ended, which causes us to whip around that corner. My concern is also our safety, but their safety. You can't always guarantee what someone's going to do. And what if, by some chance, one of those people decides to dart out into the street? We can't stop. That's not going to be possible. So Hampton Green has pretty much gotten the raw end of the deal anytime this kind of development has happened around our neighborhood. And I'm just asking you guys to give us a good part of the deal, because we matter. And we haven't felt like we have mattered for years. So that's what we're asking for, is to really look at this a little closer. Why do we have to have RVS zoning when they can be able to do anything they want to in the future? It wouldn't have anything to do with you guys. They could do anything they wanted because of that zoning. So I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm also a realtor. And I can tell you that shared driveways in real estate's a nightmare. And like one of our previous residents said, it doesn't match our Hampton Green neighborhood to have a shared driveway. And we were supposed to get a signs out front that told us when you entered Hampton Green, and that has never happened. So we're pretty disappointed about all of the past, and we just feel like we're going to get railroaded again. So the safety issue for us and for the Rainbow Express people. Also, I have seen so many times where the builder said, oh yeah, we're going to save those trees because that's, an official, don't touch those trees. They don't care. The fine isn't big enough for them to care. So if this happens, I want someone out there the whole time that bulldozer is on that lot and watching those trees. So when Rainbow has a large event, they park people in that lot over there. So when there's buildings over there, where are they going to park? Because they're parking all in the front, anywhere they can, over at the White House, and they're parking across the street, and sometimes they're on both sides of Talbot. And like a previous people said, a fire truck or an ambulance is not going to get through there if there's people parked on both sides of Talbot Court. Besides the fact that whoever of us is going in and out of there is taking their lives in their hands to even get in and out of our neighborhood. So we need no parking along Talbot. Absolutely no parking. When one car is parked where that first from the bottom, that first shared driveway, if one car is parked at that spot, you can't see around. It's a blind spot. We have to pull out into the left side of the road just to see, and we have no idea if anybody's coming. So safety is the biggest issue here. I'm concerned about everybody. not just us in Hampton Green. I'm concerned about the Rainbow Express, their residents that would be in these houses. And I'm concerned about the RVS zoning. I've been told that there could be conditions put on that, and I would pray that that would happen. So that it can't be, oh, there's an open space, so we can rent it to we can offer it as affordable housing and let it, be rented to somebody else that's not part of their organization. So in closing, I would just say, let us know when Hampton Green is going to matter, because we're kind of tired of not mattering. Thank you.
Would anybody else care to speak on this zoning application tonight? I'd like to make, I'm sorry.
Good evening. I'm Will Timms. I live at 1315 Manicotti Drive, Matthews. I have attended Rainbow Express for 18 years. I started it with, I did it as just starting with the summer camp. And I've enjoyed how this has grown into a year-round ministry over all these many years, but I'm even more happy, more than anything, that it has a home at Talbot Court. It's been fun to live or to spend time in this home. One of the big reasons I love this place is the accessibility, getting to walk around certain areas. You can practically walk around the town of Matthews with this place that we have at Talbot Court in the White House. And I have enjoyed that. It's been fun with all the groups I've been with. Right now, I'm actively attending school, but I love to work with Rainbow and I have free time. And I would just ask for any one of you guys who is willing to support this, just please think about the people you could be helping, people with special needs. Thank y'all so much. God bless you. Thank you to the council for putting this on the table.
Would anybody else care to speak on this zoning application? I'd just like to make a few comments if I could. First, go ahead and read them.
Okay, these are comments that were submitted to us in writing. The first is from Mark and Maxine Sterner of 401 Brunwick Court. They write, as a resident of the Hampton Green neighborhood, we are writing to you concerning the rezoning petition for Rainbow Express Ministries on 9910 and 9915 Talbot Court. We regret that we are unable to attend in person, but did want to let you know our feelings about this issue. We have known Lori Little for over 35 years, even before the existence of Rainbow Express. She has always had a heart and willingness to see the needs of people and find a way to help. Every decision she makes and endeavor she undertakes is done so with prayerful consideration. Our youngest son volunteered with Rainbow Express for many years and learned compassion, gained friendships, and acquired a heart for this ministry and serving others. Rezoning this property would enable Lori and her team to create what she has dreamed of for a long time, to provide a place for young people where they can have family when they cannot live with a biological family and continue to have programs and activities in the main house. Lori's heart is in the right place and she would never consider selling this land to anyone else. We view this rezoning as a true asset to our community. The next is from Fred DeVore, who writes, for over a decade, it has been my honor and privilege to serve on the Rainbow Express Ministry Board of Directors. My family has been involved with Rainbow for at least 25 years. This matter before the Matthews Town Council is a rezoning petition for the property located at the corner of Talbot Court and Fullwood Lane. This petition is the fulfillment of a dream that was germinated years ago. It will permit the development of the property across the street from our Rainbow meeting place at that location. The purpose of the rezoning is to offer residential options that are designed to accommodate active, vibrant young adults, including those who have special needs. I have reviewed a flyer that was apparently distributed in the neighborhood calling these dreams as the construction of group homes. I do not know where this misinformation came from, and it is troublesome that such communication was created without an understanding of the purpose of the zoning. In the public hearing that was conducted with the adjacent neighbors, there was support and enthusiasm for the rezoning. I implore the council to base their decision on the wants and needs of all of its citizens, including those with disabilities, and not based on misapprehension of the rezoning purpose. Next is from Sam Hatcher, who says, to members of Matthews Town Council, my name is Sam Hatcher and I'm a resident of Matthews and a volunteer with Rainbow Express Ministries. I'm writing in support of their request to rezone their property to allow for the construction of several additional homes. As a volunteer for the past 4 years, I've gotten to know all of the people associated with Rainbow Express and can attest that they are perhaps the most loving, respectful, friendly, caring people of any group I've been associated with. I can't imagine having any better neighbors. That some of them may need help with certain daily living tasks does not diminish their value to our society or their right to have a place on their own with live-in support. The convenient location of these houses would allow them easier access to the town of Matthews, where some work, to their church across the street, and their friends in other houses and across the street. I'm aware of many other young people who share their apartment or house to afford their rent and have had no resistance to do so. I'm excited by the prospect of these young adults having a safe, comfortable, convenient place where they can thrive independently while contributing to our wonderful town of Matthews. Therefore, I'm asking you to approve this rezoning request. The next is from Linda Reynolds of 1131 Gateshead Lane, who writes, as a longtime resident of Hampton Green, I'm writing to lend my support to the rezoning request from Rainbow Express Ministries. The organization is grounded in the premise of building community within and beyond the constituents they serve. I've had the opportunity to see and participate in some of their programs and have great admiration for their work and their mission. If I understand the request correctly, the zoning change request would allow flexibility for the setbacks of the proposed homes. Since the property is already zoned for residential use, this appears to be a minor change. The VS designation would then allow residential, higher density, single-family homes to be built. It is my hope that both our neighbors here in Hampton Green, as well as our town leadership, will embrace this change and allow Rainbow Express Ministries to expand their vision to meet a need here in our community. Next, Missy Banks of 338 Main Street writes, I am writing on behalf of Rainbow Express and their desire to offer residential housing on Talbot Court. We currently live in Old Town Matthews near the cabin Rainbow Express uses. We have loved being neighbors to them. They add so much to the community. We love seeing our Rainbow neighbors walking in the neighborhood, Greenway, downtown, and even working in downtown establishments. We feel having housing available in a walkable location will enhance the community. From Feast of Friends to summer camp to seeing them garden, not to mention being a recipient of the flowers, they are an asset to our town. I think this is an opportunity to set Matthews apart from other towns. It is unique and truly neighbor helping neighbor. I love the concept. I respectfully ask you to vote in favor of this rezoning. Next is from Bill and Kathy Gibson, who writes, ahead of the upcoming rezoning discussion, we wanted to say how much we admire this amazing group of people and how much they give to our community and beyond. They represent everything that makes Matthews special. The next is from Thomas Graham, who writes, please note our support for the above referenced rezoning request to permit the construction of housing for citizens with disabilities located on the corner of Fullwood Lane and Talbot Court. Charlotte has a severe shortage of such housing, which will provide a residential option and opportunities for special needs individuals. The 4 single-family house project is very small in comparison to the projects ongoing in the surrounding area and will have minimal effect on the neighborhood. The location provides convenient walkable access to the church associated with the Rainbow Express organization and the town of Matthews, where many of the individuals are employed. The proposed residents are people who have been and will continue to be involved with the Rainbow Express organization, some for more than 20 years. The next is from Steve and Kim Latham, who writes, to members of Matthews Town Council, our names are Steve and Kim Latham, and we are writing to express our support of the Rainbow Express Ministries rezoning application for the Talbot Court properties. Our son Sam has been involved with Rainbow Express for over 10 years. Sam's first involvement with Rainbow Express was through the summer Bible school, and he has been a part of the adult program since 2018. After graduating from the Winthrop Life program at Winthrop University and securing a part-time job, which he still holds, we found very few opportunities for Sam to continue building his independent living skills in hopes of pursuing his and our dream of him being able to live independently as a young adult with a disability. Rainbow Express Ministries has filled that need for Sam and many other young adults with disabilities through their skill building seminars, volunteer opportunities in the community, and the blessing of making lifelong friends with the other young adults, volunteers, and staff in the program. Your support of this rezoning request will make Rainbow Express's goal of offering residential options to their participants a reality, and Sam's dream of living independently a very real possibility. The proposed Talbot Court location is ideal for the young adults that would reside in these homes. The ability to walk to church, to businesses where they are learning new skills, and to live with their friends and supporters is invaluable. And since we know all the young adults in the program, we can say without a single doubt that they would be wonderful neighbors. Rainbow Express Ministries is already an integral part of the Matthews community. This program and the multitude of area supporters represent the best of us, from the staff and volunteers that give their time, talents, and resources, the many local businesses that have embraced and welcomed our young adults, the first responders that partner and encourage them, and the church and religious community who give tons of support. All demonstrate the spirit of inclusivity that represents the town of Matthews. Your approval of this rezoning would simply reinforce the town's commitment to diversity and inclusion of all citizens. The next is from Joe Adams, who says, my daughter is part of the Rainbow Express Ministries community, and that I use the term community as that is an apt definition of what this has meant specifically to her. She has different needs than some of us, yet she exudes love and kindness and acceptance and joy to everyone she meets. Because this property is within walking distance of downtown Matthews, she has had opportunities to invest in and be part of the town of Matthews through partnerships with local businesses, where she has welcomed everyone she meets with a big smile and an eagerness to help. She has also worked at Feast with Friends, a lunch cafe open on most Thursdays, which meets at the Matthews United Methodist Church. This cafe is open to everyone, and they have many patrons from the town of Matthews dine with them. She lives a full life, sharing her gifts and abilities in service to those around her, her community. Isn't this one of the things we all love about Matthews, the feeling of community among us as we all grow and work together? Please approve the zoning request on Talbot Court so my daughter and Rainbow Express continue to serve and invest in Matthews. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next is from Dr. C.K. Kemp Rizzo, who writes, hi there, I am writing in favor of the rezoning petition on Talbot Court by Rainbow Express Ministries. My name is C.K. Rizzo, and I was born and raised in Matthews. I grew up at Matthews United Methodist Church, was how I became involved with Rainbow Express. I served as a summer camp counselor for many years. Upon moving back to Matthews in 2017, my husband and I reconnected with Rainbow Express and have been involved in many ways with the organization. We live in the Country Place neighborhood just behind the church and love seeing the White House on Fullwood every time we drive home from work or errands. We believe strongly that Rainbow Express has done its due diligence in assessing the needs of adults with disabilities in our community. In their assessment, they have learned about the challenges many adults and their families face in accessing a long-term housing option that is affordable, that meets their unique needs, and that allows them to thrive throughout adulthood. Is there a better place for this than Matthews? We sure don't think so. In fact, my husband and I moved all the way back from Colorado to live and raise our children in Matthews because we love its walkability, safety, community feel, and all of the events and activities. Our friends with disabilities are looking at the same things in their forever homes. We have trust and faith in the vision that Lori Little and the team have for serving not only adults with disabilities, but the broader community. We have been blessed by this organization in many ways. As a family with 2 young children, look forward to continuing to be involved with Rainbow Express Ministries for many years to come. The next is from Bonnie Reindner, who says, my husband and I are the parents of a 33-year-old young man who has been part of the Rainbow Express Ministries since its beginning. We are interested in the rezoning of Talbot Court because we live in Matthews and we are hoping that this will become the eventual residence of our son. The Talbot Court location is ideal for the young adults of Rainbow because it affords them the ability to walk to Matthews Methodist Church and the many businesses in Matthews. None of the young adults drive, so this is important to them. The young adults would have the opportunity to become involved in the town of Matthews as interested and active citizens. These young adults are gentle, kind, and caring, respectful people. They would be delightful neighbors to the surrounding neighborhoods. Please consider the rezoning and the many benefits it would afford to our lovely town of Matthews. The next is from Jim Tanger of 12941 Darby Chase Drive in Charlotte, who writes, I'm writing to express my support for the rezoning case on Talbot Court, enabling the construction of residence homes for Rainbow Express Ministries. I've been involved with Rainbow Express Ministries for many years and have served as a weekly volunteer since my retirement in 2016. The young adults in the program have grown in so many ways. They have developed new skills, learned how to be more independent, and served others in the community, all within a spiritually based environment. The Rainbow community has become a family over the years, with the young adults forming supportive friendships and their parents enjoying a network of care and support. Rainbow Express Ministries has also impacted me personally as I have become more understanding, patient, and open to others with disabilities. I have also observed an embracing spirit within the Matthews community, with the young adults working and serving others in businesses and community organizations. The proposed residence will enable the Rainbow Express community to live in a supportive, family-focused environment where they can continue to develop their independence. The town of Matthews will be further enriched by the diverse gifts of these residents living and working in the community. The next is from Mary Ruth Duffy, who writes, I moved to Sadie Drive and retired and decided I needed to find an avenue where I can serve my community. So 3 wonderful years later, I'm still weekly doing life with my Rainbow neighbors who serve me. How? These young people have shown me the vibrant life my community offers by introducing me to all the ways they put their own fingerprints all over it. Whether they're cooking and delivering casseroles to sick neighbors, or visiting an elderly friend and carrying fresh flowers they pick from the huge garden they help maintain, or working in some of the staple businesses in Matthews, or helping weekly prep and serving a feast for friends to as many as 100 community friends, presenting in full costume a live nativity at Christmas, to simply enjoying the gift of a stroll on our greenway or fishing in a nearby ponds, they embrace and exude the benefits of doing life together in community. How much more I value and celebrate the great community of Matthews. Thank you, Rainbow Express Ministries. And finally, we have Allie.
Did you say finally?
Yes, I did. We have Allie Watterson, who writes, my husband and I intentionally chose to live in downtown Matthews in order to be surrounded by the amazing young adult community of Rainbow Express Ministries. We live in a country place and can almost see the Rainbow White House on Talbot Court from our kitchen window. We are so thankful to live in a town that is so immersed and supportive of young adults with disabilities. Rainbow Express is a community full of young adults with and without disabilities that just want to do life together. It is so important to my husband and I to have friendships with people with disabilities because we have seen firsthand how impactful and transformative it is in the lives of those with disabilities to have real, deep friendships. My brother Will has disabilities, and growing up as a sibling to him, I saw how he had the same desires that I did. To have friends, to be out in the community, to want a job, to want to go out to dinner with friends, to call people he cared about, etc. Rainbow Express has provided my brother Will and so many young adults with all of these desires. It is truly the most beautiful community of friends that mutually need and care for each other. I've learned and grown so much as a person because of this community, and I can honestly say I need my friends with disabilities just as much as they need me. And I would go further to say our town of Matthews needs the gifts of these young adults just as much as Rainbow needs the town's support. I hope that the town of Matthews will take the opportunity to support this amazing young adult community that is right here in Matthews.
Thank you, Lori. Now I'm going to make my comment. Is anybody left here from Hampton Green? Just kidding. I see the Campbells. I see plenty of you. I know. I want to say I have much love for Hampton Green. I believe Commissioner Urban and I were both on the board when Hampton Green came in, all wearing green T-shirts. Many of you remember that. I remember that. So you're very well organized. And that was with regards, I think, to Talbot Court even being built in the first place, right? So I applaud how organized you are, and I've written down approximately 20 different concerns that were brought up tonight that I think are legitimate concerns about this development, and we can talk to Mr. Ross and Ms. Little and see if they can address them. I think we can address many of them. Several of you talked about trees. I'm a great tree hugger. I mean, I'll go tie myself to a tree. I don't want to see trees cut down either, and we're always very upset when trees are cut down and they're not supposed to be. I think we can do some stuff with deed restrictions that will address a lot of your concerns, but we can't do that. The owner of the property has to do it, so they'd have to agree to do that. But I think so noted. I've written down about 20 different concerns that I think are legitimate, for all the way from who's going to maintain the property, lighting, who's going to control it long term, who do you call if you have an issue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think these are all things that Ms. Little, Mr. Ross can address, and hopefully we can work together. I want to encourage you, if you haven't, to go to Matthews United Methodist Church for the Feast for Friends or Will Beans and just meet some of these people. They're really incredible, wonderful young adults that I think you would find would be great neighbors if we can address some of these issues. So with that, I'll be quiet. I'm going to suggest that we continue this, but Commissioner Tofano, do you have a comment?
On the third Sunday of every month, I have the privilege of singing in the Matthews Methodist Church Choir. They sit me over to the right behind the piano because they know I adhere to the scripture, make a joyful noise unto the Lord. So, but I had the opportunity to hear young Will play, and I was a pianist myself, and I was amazed by his talent, and also a young lady reading scripture from the pulpit, and it was just a beautiful thing. And this ministry is very worthy, but the people of Hampton Green are equally as worthy. And what we need to do is we have great, good people on both sides that have God as their center of their life. And I think it's an opportunity for these good people to get together one more time to make this truly consistent with the neighborhood. And based on that, I'd like to make a motion to continue this to the next first meeting in November.
Yes, before we do that, we want to give Mr. Ross the opportunity, if you wish, or you can just wait till later. But if you'd like to address some of the concerns that were brought up, you certainly have the opportunity.
Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree more that I think a lot of these issues can be addressed and will be addressed. I think deed restricting is something that we would like to explore. I look forward to receiving your notes through your staff and sitting down with Jay to work through some of these issues. I think some of the things you heard were not necessarily created by us or by just by happenstance of how Talbot Court was created. We had nothing to do with that. We want to try to make it better than it is today. We thank the neighbors from Hampton Green for being here and for their comments. And we look forward to finding a way to make this work for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank
you. All right, thank you. Ms. Little, did you want to say anything? Or are you good? No, you need to go to the microphone. Probably still a few people online listening to this, so they want to hear what you have to say.
I would just reiterate what John said, that I think that we have lots of things we can work on and come together on. Some of these things I agree are concerns as well. So I think that we'll be able to work together, and hopefully we'd love to do that. We know that what we want to offer the neighborhood is a huge blessing. But I think that definitely we could work on several things. I wrote all of them down as well.
Yeah,
So,
I did as well. I'll be
yeah.
sharing this with you shortly. So yeah, we'll follow up with that. Do want to say that I had a conversation with Chief Kinnenberg, our fire chief, not too long ago, of concern about, I live in the Ashley Creek neighborhood and have the same problem with people parking on both sides of the road. And I said, how would a fire truck get through here? And he said, don't worry, we'll get through. So I think when it comes to a fire truck and a car, they'll move it. That's a little joking. I'm sure we can address that issue because it is a serious concern. Now we'll move on. Commissioner Tofano has made a motion to continue this. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? So we will continue this, and hopefully we can address a lot of these issues and get back. And I would really encourage Mr. Ross and Ms. Little to maybe try to reach out to more of the neighbors or have some sort of event where you can address some of the issues together again. So thank you very much. We are going to go on with one more very quick zoning issue. We'll wait 1 minute till the folks clear out, but I want to get this one done so we don't have to continue it till next time. Yep. Let's take a 10-minute break. I know we're supposed to stop at 10, but I wanted to get through this one more zoning application, 2023-783 Oak Lore Capital Group to change the zoning classification for B1 to R15. To B1 on those certain parcels designated as 11120 Monroe Road, 1126 Monroe Road, and 617 Matthews Township Parkway, and further being designated as parcels 213, 012, 07, 05, and 06. Mr. Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to the planned continuous flow intersection at 51 and Monroe, which will expand that roadway to up to 11 lanes, the applicant has requested several additional months to revise their plan. They realized there's an election and they wanted to hold the public hearing once the new board is seated. So that's the reasoning for the request to continue to January on the hearing.
Can I ask Susan a question? You're here. Is that CFI an absolute done deal? Are they going to do that?
I had to ask.
Sorry. I just had my mouth full.
Caught me mid-bite. That's a great question, Mayor. So if you remember, way back when, the original plan for John Street and 51 was an interchange, right? So that was the original plan. We talked them down from that. They gave us 3 intersection types that we analyzed, and we settled on the CFI. However, we said we don't like all this traffic pouring into West John Street and into downtown. What can be done? So they modified it. So it's a half CFI. And the half CFI,
it's 11 lanes. That's
it's like the final, well, and I haven't looked at the design, right? Because they paused and whatever. So I haven't seen the most updated plans. But it's 2 through lanes, going north, it's 2 left turn lanes, and it's 2 more lanes coming back south. So it's a minimum of 6 lanes. I don't remember how many additional turn lanes there are off the top of my head.
Well,
so it's just on the one side. It is just on the Oak Lore side. Everything else is not as big as that one side. So it's a half CFI.
With the town manager's blessing, can I ask that we come back and maybe explain that to us again?
With updated plans, yes.
With updated plans,
We'll work on
because
getting updated plans, and then we can walk through that.
If it's truly 11 lanes, that's just absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion. I mean, we're not Los Angeles, which is Matthews, North Carolina. We don't need 11 lanes anywhere, in my opinion, but.
All right, we'll work on that. Thank you.
All right, so I'd entertain a motion to continue this to January.
I'll make a motion that we continue this to January 8th, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
So moved.
Yes, sir.
You need to formally continue D and E by vote to the specific, the next meeting.
I'll make a motion that we continue zoning applications D and E to the November 13th, 2023 board meeting.
Second. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? Entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
Second.
All motion made by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? We now stand at our regular meeting. We'll go on to item number 8, planning and development business. There was no planning board meeting this month, so there's no planning board report. We'll go on to the first one, zoning application 2023-776 RE assets to change the zoning classification from R20 to B1 CD on that certain property designated as 2025 Matthews Mint Hill Road and further designated as tax parcel 193-31114. This was continued from September 11th. Mr. Camp, are you gonna?
So you'll recall that Rob had all the agenda items last month, and this is his revenge. He was out of the office today and maybe handle all of his items. So, and as a caveat, this plan is actually a few days dated. We do have an updated plan that I couldn't put my hands on before I walked up. The applicant is requesting rezoning for an office building of about 43,000 square feet from the public hearing and planning board and council concern. Most was around the buffer areas. So you'll note that in the memo that Rob prepared as of last Wednesday, that staff was recommending denial of this rezoning request. That was as of the writing of the memo. We just did not have resolution on a lot of issues. Since that time, the applicant has agreed to make several changes. There's removal of an egress lane, commitment to building the multi-use path, which I think is planned to be 10 feet. I'm getting two nods here. It will kind of meander through the buffer. This would be similar to the Walgreens site. If you'll picture 51 in Sam Newell, where that sidewalk kind of meanders through the natural buffers. There would also be supplemental landscaping between the building and that buffer. So kind of filling in the gaps in that area. So I'm happy to say that we are supportive of this rezoning request at this time. There are still a few outstanding items. I mean, I couldn't pull up from our website the most current plan, and it's, I was talking to Nick just before this. I would love to go ahead and recommend we approve this evening. My recommendation is to give us a few more weeks to finalize everything and get you a finished packet ready for the meeting next month. But we are changing our recommendation to an approval.
Any questions for Mr. Camp?
And the applicant is here to speak with you this evening about the request.
Not seeing any. Mr. Tosco, you want to speak?
Yeah, I have the new site plan. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Board of Commissioners, Nick Tosco with Pointer Sproul. I know you've had a late evening, and so I'm going to be very brief. There have been a tight timeline here, and so we've been trying to communicate with you all and with staff and quickly to make adjustments on the fly. We just received comments last week, and we've tried to address those quickly and incorporate them in. This is and I should say, I do have the full team here stuck around for the whole time. We do have the RE Assets principal, Rodney Almeida, is here. Our architect, Carlos, is here from ODA. Alex Questenberry, site designer, is here, and Randy Goddard, our traffic engineer, here if you have specific questions. Again, this is the subject site where the medical office buildings be located. These are new renderings that you did not see last time. We have made substantial changes that I'll go over when we get to the site plan here, but staff recommended that we call this Township Medical Center. And so it's a change, not to be confused with the other medical centers in the town. And so these are renderings that ODA has done for us of the site. You can see this is at the intersection of Matthews Mill Road and Matthews Township Parkway 51. So you can see it ghosted the building behind the very large buffer that's here. You can see this is looking at the intersection of Matthews Township Parkway and Matthews Mint Hill Road. You can see the very large tree canopy existing there between 40 and 60 feet in height. Additionally, it goes anywhere from 50 to 80 feet in depth into the site. Currently, you can see that this is what it would look like if the building is built behind the tree canopy there at the intersection. And this is looking at it kind of a bird's eye view of what you would see with the site developed in the way that is planned. This is just kind of to orient you to where you're looking. So this is looking northbound on 51. To your right is the site. This is continuing further down northbound on 51, right when you get to the intersection, just to show you kind of what the existing tree canopy look like. And this is turning the corner there onto Matthews Mid Hill Road. Again, the site is on your right. So this is actually the revised site plan that we submitted last week. I believe you all received that in an email from me. You should have that. But this incorporates all the comments that we were told, staff wanted to make sure that they saw in the site plan or recommend approval. As Jay mentioned here, you can see this. So there's two, you may remember there's two drives in to the site. The TIA we incorporated in everything, including the 100-foot stem length here for this site. We moved this from when you saw it at the public hearing and made some other adjustments. And then with this drive entrance here, we changed it from 2 egress lanes based off staff comment to 1 egress lane and 1 ingress lane. So the big change that we did, we had thought that what we would want to do is try to keep the existing 5-foot sidewalk along Matthews Township Parkway 51 here in order to preserve as much of the buffer as we can and not have to do any grading or anything like that. And because a lot of the area is 5 feet in sidewalks. However, staff felt strongly about making sure that this was 10 feet sidewalks all throughout the site and 8-foot planting strips. And so that's what you see here. As Jay mentioned, we've incorporated that in all along the site. In addition, we've gone above and beyond what's required from a supplemental tree planting here, and just making sure that even if we do have to take down some trees, that we still get a good buffer and good screening along the site. And so we've done that, and we've made several other revisions, which I'm not going to go through the whole list, but including adding EV parking, bicycle parking, reducing the parking spaces. We've made a bunch of changes, and this we feel like addresses all the substantial comments that were made. And so we feel like this is ready to go for approval.
Did you accommodate the 10-foot path by making it meandering? Is that how you did it?
Yes. And
so you're going to meander around the trees. We just talked about.
Well,
trees,
we're going to do as much as we can. What we're adding the supplemental plantings here where outside of the protected buffer, but it's one of those things where, we're going to try to preserve as many of the existing trees as we can. We're going to hit the tree save, whether it's, with payment in lieu or with whether it's replantings. And that's notes that have been added to the site plan to make sure that we're sticking to that and meeting those things.
Well, I think it's vitally important that you keep as many of those 50 to 80-foot tall trees as you can, because it's going to take many decades for another tree to grow to that height. Commissioner Tufano?
Yes, could you please move that over and show the entrance to your property from 51, please? There's no turn lane there. People are flying down that road.
I believe that there is. This is the turn lane here.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. How long is that turn lane?
100 feet. Is that right, Randy? 100 feet. Yes, I believe it's 100 feet of storage and 100 feet stem length here, which is what the.
But there is. I'm sorry. My apologies then, because I didn't quite see it. Couldn't understand that there was a turn lane there on 51. Yeah, that's essential for sure. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Urban.
So you just stipulated that the density of the trees along Matthews Township Parkway was 50 to 80 feet.
40 to 60 feet in height.
No, right, but you said 50 to 80 feet.
50 to 80 feet in depth. Correct.
Deep. And I know for a fact, having walked it, they're not right up at back of curb. They start in. They definitely start in from that standpoint. So in the new diagram, the new site plan that I got,
right?
What is the average red dotted cross section, which is the existing buffer, the existing trees, meaning it looks very, very narrow. It's not 50 or 80 feet, and then you're coming in and supplement planting as well. I guess my question would be is A, what's that average width of what you're preserving, and B, what's the average width of the supplemental planting area? It looks to be, I can't tell the small scale.
Right. So I don't know, Alex, if you want to add in on this, but my understanding is that the average, and what I should have said is I should have clarified the 50 to 80 feet of depth is from back of curb to there. There's not trees in that 50 to 80 feet always. It's just, that's what, there's some points where it's like 51 feet, somewhere it's 80 feet of where there will be no development within that area. And there are a bunch of existing trees.
But it's heavily planted.
Yes.
And I guess the point is that we're going to take trees out and then we're going to supplement them with new trees. And my guess is the reason that's being done is you may have some grading that you need to do, and or the fact is that the building is so close. That's also why you have to do that.
I don't think it's so much, and Alex, again, you can weigh in, but I don't think it's so much having anything to do with the building. The building is not going to be taking down as much of the trees as the meandering 10-foot path and 8-foot planting strip, which again, we were trying not to do, but we were told that staff and member and commissioners would want to see that. And so we've agreed to it, but kind of a necessary trade-off of that is that you're going to have to grade, and you're going to have to remove some trees and try to replant and do some other things to kind of mitigate the loss from that if you don't keep the existing sidewalk. Alex, is there something?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You hit it right on the head. The grading, the topo of the site to get the 10-foot sidewalk in where there's currently sorry about that. Yeah, you hit that right on the head. The site, the topography of the site to get the new 10-foot sidewalk and an 8-foot planting strip where there's currently a 5-foot sidewalk and a 4-foot.
Okay, so that's on the back of curb side. But what about on the building side where the supplemental planting strip is? Is that due to the building being so pushed up? You've got this, you look at the front facade of the building. Okay. And you've got this supplemental planting strip in there. Isn't that part of the 50 or 80 feet of mature trees right now?
It is between the curb and the building is that 50 to 80 foot.
So in that supplementary areas, you're taking down existing stock and you're working the grades for the building. You're working the grades for the sidewalk going around that specific part of the building, and then you're going back to supplemental planning.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what. So
it's shown. So there's a 30-foot protective buffer from the right of way.
Right.
And staff has advised that we can have our sidewalk encroach in that 30-foot buffer. So
Sure.
the new 10-foot sidewalks overlapping the 30-foot protective buffer.
Yes.
To grade that in, some of that's going to be replanted. But then we're also providing an additional 15-foot supplemental buffer that's beyond what would be required per the ordinance in the 30-foot protected.
So you're telling me that supplemental cross section is 50 feet?
15.
15?
15.
Okay. And that's where you're saying you're going to 15-foot screening yard, 4 large maturing, 2 small maturing, and looks like it says 15 or 16 shrubs per 100 linear feet.
Correct. And that's I believe it's a type C buffer in the ordinance.
Right.
It's not really prescribed for that location. So we've added that as a supplemental buffer to add additional screening on the roadside.
Okay. I just have a problem taking trees down and replant trees. When if you could slide the building back or do some other things or shrink the building, you would preserve a lot of that tree buffer in there. But okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant? All right, what's the pleasure of the board?
I've got a question for Jay. Jay, what specifically makes you want a few more weeks on this? Can you maybe touch on like exactly what can be done in that time?
We had a few outstanding comments from our transportation team related to it's always the TIA, right? That's these days they're very complicated. So there were some few unchecked boxes that we felt like needed to be addressed.
Were those unchecked boxes on behalf of just can you touch on what they are? I guess maybe is.
Yeah, one was there was a suggestion or a reference to extending the sidewalk off site to fill a gap towards Bellicera. PCO, our post construction, which has been submitted but not yet approved, which happens sometimes with zonings. And I think the willingness to serve or capacity letter, which we don't yet have from Charlotte Water. So those just among the few things that I received as feedback this morning.
Thank you.
That was all of it.
Mr. Whitley.
Jay, so is this a work in progress?
We're this close, I think, honestly, quite honestly. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody want to make a motion?
Running up the tree. I'd like to make a motion that we approve zoning application 2023-776 because we found it approved has been found consistent with Matthew land use. It's following and consistent. The zoning application is consistent with the land use plan because it poses medical general office within the Matthews Township Parkway corridor. It's reasonable because the zoning application is reasonable and that it creates new non-resident use within the Township of Matthews Parkway corridor.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second? Any further discussion? Commissioner Garner, you look inquisitive.
I think I understood that. I thought staff wanted to wait until next month. But
Do you want to offer a substitute motion?
I mean, is that correct?
That was correct. The preference would be that the few minor outstanding items are in fact cleared up before action is taken.
Okay, so what is that date? November
13th.
13th, thank you. We're continuing this, deferring this?
To continue.
Yes, okay, so I'm making a substitute motion to continue this zoning application 2023-776 till November 13th.
Okay, we have a substitute motion from Commissioner Garner. Do we have a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Urban. Yes, sir. Commissioner Whitley.
For what reason are we continuing? For what?
Staff still has a few questions to clear up on transportation issues, including a sidewalk extension to fill a gap. And they would prefer that before we approve, finalizing that before we approve this.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Urban. I will say that I'm also a little bit, I don't know what the right word is, confused that we're going to take down mature trees and then plant back non-mature trees. Just seems like it's the wrong analogy, but it seems like throwing the baby out with the bathwater or something. Some analogies that's more appropriate, but doesn't seem like it makes a lot of sense to me, but I'll just throw that out there. So Commissioner Whitley.
Thank you. You know, if you look right across the street at 3 stores, that lot was full of trees. It's cleared. Now, they are going to save those trees in the front of that, in the area there. And those are tall trees. And I'm going to probably see that area more than anybody else driving through there. But when you clear the lot right across from Butler School, with all those trees, and it's 3 stories high, there's not a tree there. I don't see any potential of putting in the greeneries back in the front of it, where they're going to leave these here. Now, I heard, you know, I heard the 10-foot wide sidewalk. Now, I don't have no problem with that, but that's going to eat into on both sides of 51 Township and on the Matthews Mayhew Road. When you put a 10-foot walk, it's going to eat into the trees that what we're trying to do, So we asked them to put a 10-foot plus a buffer. It's gonna eat into it. It's gonna eat into those trees, and those are tall trees, but right down at the other entrance, right as you go into the other subdivision, there's a 2-story building there. It's got a few little shrubbery trees in the front of that. That's my concern. I just want to treat everybody the same as fair. When you talk about removing trees and, when you ask for different things, it's going to affect the development. And that's why when I look across it, see how negative that place is right next to the door.
I think we're really comparing apples and oranges though, because that lot was mostly scrub pines that weren't nearly as nice and mature as these trees. My observation, but definitely need a 10-foot path. I'm seeing that a 10-foot path sometimes is not even adequate.
I'm not opposed to it.
We're seeing people unable to pass each other with a baby stroller and a guy on a skateboard and 2 bicycles. It gets kind of crowded. So we have a motion, substitute motion to continue to November 13th by Commissioner Garner, a second by Commissioner Urban. Any further discussion? All in favor of the substitute motion? All opposed? That's 3-3, so that does not pass, correct? So we go back to the original motion? Correct. Okay, so we go back to the original motion, which was made by Commissioner Whitley and seconded by Commissioner Tofano to approve as is. Any further discussion on that? All in favor? All opposed? That does not pass. Does not pass. All right, sorry about that. You want to say that? Tell that.
Just to remind you that can be brought up again. It doesn't have to wait a year because that wasn't denied. So if at a subsequent meeting, that can be brought up again if somebody who voted in the affirmative wants to bring that up again. Just for the board's information. It's not a denial because it wasn't denied. It just didn't pass. So it was not denied, it just didn't pass. So that can be brought up again at a subsequent meeting if by someone who voted in the affirmative on that.
Affirmative was Commissioner Whitley and Commissioner Tofano. So Mr. Tosco, you might want to follow back up with staff and find out what you need to do, but I think you're very close. I think we just need to perhaps make a few changes. All right, let's move on to the next one. Administrative amendment, Briley Matthews mixed use. This was continued from September 11th. Excuse me. Mr. Hallman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just because we're waiting on that to get pulled up. So this is for the administrative amendment for the ENT district. This is for the original 2017 Briley rezoning. I know a lot's transpired since 7:30 and now, but this is to the north of the public hearing that we heard earlier today, or I guess tonight. Yeah, that's fine. Right, so this is an administrative amendment request. It's not a full reopening of that conditional or full changing conditions or going through the rezoning process, but it is an amendment to that 2017 rezoning. So essentially what we're doing, I guess to back up and really give some background. So the midfield rezoning that we heard earlier, that was submitted before this administrative amendment, I believe, correct? Right. So this administrative amendment, this came about because of movement of the silver line on those plans. So initially they had started off, and maybe it's easier. Jay, could you just scroll down to the site plan real quick? Oh, you're fine. Yeah, that's fine. So initially, the silver line coming down off of Matthews Mint Hill, the curvature for that had put it back through this way, coming through the parking area. And that was for the midfield rezoning. So essentially what we did during the rezoning and through the Silver Line Task Force amendment and the locally preferred option was we moved the Silver Line from in the middle of IPP, off of IPP, back down to the site, and due to site constraints, we're now moving that back over to the backside of IPP, Independence Point Parkway. Just kind of format where everything's coming from. Now, in that 2017 rezoning, there was some reservation area provided for the Silver Line and the Independence Point Parkway expansion. As part of this as part of this administrative amendment, one of the things that we've been able to do is separate that text out. So now there is two right-of-ways. There's a specific right-of-way for the rail and a specific right-of-way for the road. Additionally, we'd mentioned earlier that the applicant had amended the application. So this dotted line, that's the extent of the original rezoning. So everything for this administrative amendment is from Matthews Mint Hill down to that dotted line. Now that now the rezoning would be overlaid on top of that, just to kind of highlight how everything's kind of mixed and mangled together. Or maybe not mangled, that's a bad choice of words, but just mixed together. Right. So there's a lot of overlap coming through this. So I'd probably say within the last month or so, we've really started, there's been a lot of ongoing work for this section. Given this existing rezoning, we're trying to shift the notes so that they make sense for the rezoning, so that they make sense for Silver Line, so they make sense for the Independence Point. And we're trying to craft that in ways that they match up with those rezoning notes, because they're essentially trying to match these two different applications right at that property line. So there's going to be the conditional notes where that text has to line up, and then also just what's being drawn on the actual site plans. Those also need to match up. So a lot of the topic that's been going through is particularly with the rail alignment. So I'd probably say within the last month and a half, discussions with CATS have really started to pick up between the town, CATS, and the developer. It's really where we've started coming together and getting feedback. So right now, just to ensure we're able to kind of finalize any comments, go through anything, staff at this time would recommend deferral of this application to the November 3rd meeting. And then the applicant is here. They may have some comments as well. But I know comments, or CATS does have a few comments about matching some of the elevations right around the proposed light rail station.
I do have a question. I think I know the answer, but has CATS definitively endorsed and said this absolutely is the alignment that they're going to go with?
We will address that angle. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes, Bob.
And is this alignment more or less expensive than the original one to build? Do we know?
More or less.
Costly.
Oh, that I don't know.
That's the
Considering the lawsuits that would have happened with the LPA, this is cheaper by a lot.
Okay, fair point.
I can explain some of that. In terms of the actual construction, I have no idea.
Well, that's what they always hang their hat on. Is
Right.
We're doing this because it's less expensive than.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing A instead of B because it's less expensive.
Well, thank y'all.
And that affects federal funding capability.
Well, thanks for staying up with us and listening to this. I appreciate everybody's attention. I'm John Carmichael, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the board, members of the planning board with me are Wyatt Dixon and Ashley Peterson of Prophet Dixon, and that's Richard Petersheim with Land Design.
So this is the site subject to the administrative amendment request. It's outlined in green. It's a part of the Matthews mixed-use development that was rezoned back in 2017 by the board. And this is the approved rezoning plan from 2017. And this is the alignment of IPP extension and the Silver Line back in 2017. And under this rezoning plan, the applicant reserves right-of-way for IPP and the Silver Line for a period of until 2027. Okay, so the Silver Line was actually within IPP, and all this was based on the best available information back in 2017. So once again, the approved plan, IPP, and the Silver Line. And then note this is building 12 and this is building 10 under that approved rezoning plan. This is the administrative amendment plan that Darren shared with you. The blue line is the rail, the revised alignment of the Silver Line, and then the red is the revised IPP. And as Darren said, there'd be, rather than one combined right-of-way, there would be two right-of-ways, a right-of-way for IPP and a right-of-way for the Silver Line. And building 12 and building 10, they're impacted by the new alignment of the light rail. White actually loses some gross square footage in each building, but he's certainly accepted that and moving forward with it. This alignment is okay with CATS, and they actually provided Wyatt with this alignment. So Wyatt has been working with the town and CATS for quite some time on the alignment of the Silver Line. This is the approved plan that I shared with you a moment ago, the 2017 approved plan. And sometime after 2017, okay, when we had this alignment for IPP and the Silver Line, sometime after 2017, CATS changed its preferred route for the Silver Line, and that was in green here, okay? So that was the revised Silver Line alignment sometime after 2017. And you can see it crosses IPP here, which is in red, and then it goes down between these two buildings here, takes parking and impacts the development. So when Wyatt was saying that alignment would increase the cost, at least from a taking standpoint, right? Because you would remove parking and impact the development. Once again, the red line is revised IPP and the blue line is the new alignment of the Silver Line. There are a couple benefits to this. One is there's no crossing anymore with IPP, which makes it a safer crossing. Under this administrative amendment, the reservation for the right-of-way for the Silver Line and the IPP would be extended to 2035. So that's an additional 8 years for the reservation of the right-of-way. And once again, you can see buildings 12 and building 10 are impacted by the revised alignment of the Silver Line. So really the purpose or a purpose of this administrative amendment is simply to change the alignment of the Silver Line on the 2017 plan to reflect the revised alignment. And then this also allows it to line up with Midfield Station to the south. So there are two purposes. One is to adjust the approved rezoning plan from 2017 to accommodate the latest Silver Line alignment, and then to create a design that functions with or without the light rail extension ever occurring. Some key points of cooperation by the developer with the town and CATS. The route and location of the Silver Line reflects the latest AutoCAD drawings provided to Wyatt by CATS. The plan establishes a governing cross-section for the future light rail and the future parkway extension through the entertainment district with all three parties, developer, town, and CATS, that they all can work with. And one thing I do want to mention is these cross-sections are part of the administrative amendment. Okay, so that's what this is referring to, the governing cross sections. The plan accounts for CAT's preferred location and the elevation for the future light rail station. The plan removes a dangerous rail crossing at IPP. I mentioned that earlier, that the prior alignment had a crossing with IPP. It minimizes access disruptions to current and future development along the Silver Line route and to the Parkway traffic when the Silver Line is constructed. In this amendment, the parties express a willingness to continue to work in good faith to achieve the Silver Line expansion while also allowing for approved site plan should the Silver Line not come to fruition. It also provides some certainty for developers, the town, and the end users of the site in terms of the location of these facilities. Once again, the owner agrees to extend the right-of-way reservation until 2035 for a total of 18 years. And the owner has sacrificed some building area as a result of the realignment of the Silver Line. And then the takings, finally, the takings are the amount of money that the CATs would need to expend to acquire the right-of-way would presumably be less because there would be conflicts with existing improvements and the impact on the development would be diminished. Anything you want to ask that?
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to invite Richard up to add some color. So thank you. And this is definitely late to be getting into the weeds here.
We can go with black and white. We don't need color.
Ultimately, our first involvement with CATs dated back to the Levine rezoning between 2013 and 2014, as John alluded. I enjoyed the time working on the Silver Line Task Force. And despite my participation in that, CATs kind of did what they wanted to do. And all along with this plan, what am I doing here? I am hitting back here. Oh, it's not well enough. Okay. As John alluded, we accommodated for all that there. And at some point after this was approved in 17, ordinance changed in Matthews as well, which I think had some additional criteria related to light rail development as it rolled through town. But this was at that point, this was a vested plan. And as we work through this, and as you all know, we're working on, starting that, working on this. One of the great big obstacles that hit, and Mr. Mayor and board, one of the questions you always had is, why is there no entertainment in our entertainment district? It was because of that LPA right there. The LPA went right through what was the prime site in the approved plan. There was absolutely no interest by any users taking a risk on that. And so and this was, I got to hand it to staff across the board. We drew on this, and Richard's firm has done as much light rail work as anybody on all the CATS lines. And we worked really hard with CATS to try to convince them that it made sense for them to worry about a power pole here and eliminate all these things here. So effectively what we're trying to get is this resolved so that this can continue forward in the future down through the rezoning. And so we finally can begin to move forward on the commercial pieces. And we are giving up something, but I feel like certainty and clarity is really a huge point. And ultimately, Richard, maybe you can just talk a little about the concept of the design and sort of what this includes, because we're working with a plan that's vested, and we're trying to work in good faith with the town, with CATS, but ultimately the town staff has been a great partner with us in trying to get the route flipped back. And I know that where the crossing wanted to be down at CPCC ended up aligning with what we wanted as well. So there's some synergy there. But this has been I've been working on this for 4 years. And we've been talking to CATS with detailed plans for two.
Two of the four.
Yeah.
Wyatt, I don't want to belabor the point, but do we have anything other than an AutoCAD drawing? Does we have in writing from CATS that they are not going to change this again?
No.
But you're going to get that?
No. I mean, you know, the point is
because
CATS, and I think staff could probably address
that's remarkable, really, to me. I mean, that they won't commit in writing to a route.
What they're asking, effectively, CATS has got no jurisdiction relative to our approved plan. Okay. And so everything that relates to, and this is sort of where I got away from talking to our land use council and talking to other council, effectively the issue is they're asking for things as if they had control over things. And we're doing our very best to accommodate. And we've been working hand in hand with CATS, with staff, but the cross section ends up being the most important part of this. Because if I asked anybody here to say what's in 110-foot right of way or 115-foot right of way or whatever, we'd all go, well, if you have a road, rail, what all's in that? And so what we've done here is to set something up that staff and us agree on. CATS came back with comments about, oh, we think the trail, you might need 2 more feet here, but it's effectively face of building to face a building. And that's why this is so important for the planning feel. Ultimately, we've done as much transit-oriented development in Charlotte as a firm than anybody. I personally developed the very first transit-oriented development in Charlotte, which is now Camden Grandview. It was when the light rail was a trolley. And so I can't speak to what CAT's reaction will be to everything. I know we've had productive conversations and we're going to continue to have conversations with them as we go through from this point to design. But the key point for us, getting back to this, is being able to move forward, because the reality is until this is done, we're kind of sitting on our hands with everything else related to the entertainment district. So
you're the one spending the money. So if you're comfortable, I guess I am. But,
well, it's
that would give me pause. I mean, if they're not going to put in writing, this is the route. Absolutely, no question.
Council Richard Peters, Honda Land Design. Appreciate being here tonight. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago, and I think all of us had concluded that we have enough flexibility in the width of the right of way that we reserved and the alignment that they have to get what they need done. It also minimizes future impact. It's an executable plan. So everything east of Independence Point Parkway is executable. Before, there was a lot of consternation about that green LPA being just disruptive to seeing this come to fruition. And so I think CATS is extremely comfortable with the alignment and the reservation of the right of way. And like Wyatt had said, this is going to be a continuous collaboration with them until Independence Point Parkway is built and until things move forward. So I think there's a high degree of collaboration that will happen.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem McCool.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer this until the November 13th, 2023 meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. Any discussion?
Continue.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Item C, site plan elevation approval for Briley Matthews Mixed Use Building 15. This was continued from September 11th.
Okay. So for the site plan and elevation approvals, no new site plans or elevations have been submitted for the building number 15. Previously, building 1 was approved, so staff is recommending a continuation until November 13th.
I'll make a motion that we continue this to the November 13th, 2023 board meeting.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's move on to item 9, the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda items A through F or A through G.
Items 9A through G, motion made by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor?
Wait. I couldn't read the memo. It was too small.
Is your mic on, Commissioner?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so it looks like it'll be finished by Veterans Day.
It's on schedule to be able to be finished. Yep.
Yay.
I asked the question and they thought that it would be likely done by them, so it's good. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We go on to unfinished business. Consider hood room AV upgrades. Maureen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You'll
Or is it
recall
morning yet?
at our meeting last 2 weeks ago that we reviewed the RFP responses for the AV upgrades to the hood room. Staff recommends going with AVI SPL. There was a request from the board to go view the video wall that's included in option B as part of the package from AVI SPL. So Commissioner Tofano, Commissioner Hoover, Lori, myself, and Andrew, our contact at AVI, went to view a video wall on Friday. And we asked a couple questions and had a good discussion with Andrew about that. So staff tonight is asking for consideration to approve option B, which replaces the projector and screen with a 1.5 pixel pitch, 173-inch LED video wall, along with the new microphones, audio equipment, cameras, etc.
I'd like to ask Commissioner Tofano if it met your expectations. I was unavailable to go take a look at it.
Yes, and it did. And also, I did some research afterwards to find out what the Samsung wall was going for on a national basis. And fully installed, the average in the industry is about $2,000 a square foot. This turns out to be almost right on target with the industry standard. So I'm satisfied with the product and with the quote.
Would you like to make a motion, sir?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the town manager, enter a contract with AVI SPL. That includes option B for an amount not to exceed $242,980, with the understanding that there may be some minor modifications to the existing proposal based on the final equipment needs for the hood room and approve associated budget amendment. Now, I do want to make a comment. And Maureen, if I heard correctly, this quote was fully installed along with all drivers and computer equipment. And that's what I heard the gentleman say.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and so it meets industry standards for that, and then it's quite a good quote, actually. Yep.
Yeah, I'm very impressed. It's much less than we initially thought. Do we have a second to Commissioner Tofano's motion?
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll go on to.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just want to clarify with the board that we had talked about doing financing for this item in the past, but with the cost coming in lower than expected, this is going to allow us to move forward just using fund balance. And then we'll continue to monitor finances over the course of this fiscal year. If we were to think that that was still going to be necessary, that's something that we could come back and do after the fact. But at this point, we think that we should be in good shape to afford this as is. So thank you for your support on this.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor, going to the mayor's report, I have a few items quickly. Amy DeVore mentioned the potato drop. I'm sorry. There is no new business. So on October 21st from 9 a.m. to noon at Matthews United Methodist Church, there's going to be a tractor trailer with 42,000 pounds of potatoes. So they're going to pack those into 10-pound bags, and 42,000 divided by 10 is, by my calculation, 4,200 bags. So we need lots of folks to come out and help. So if you can come by even for 15 minutes or so, fill a few bags up, it'd be much appreciated. And again, that's October 21st from 9 a.m. to noon. Also at Matthews United Methodist Church on October 14th, there'll be a tree giveaway starting at 7:30 a.m. Several of you have participated in that in the past. It's a really fun event. Last time we gave away between 200 and 300 trees, I think, and it'd be something similar this time with the Debbie Foster and the Appearance and Tree Board. It's a lot of fun to meet people in the community, and the event will probably be finished in 90 minutes or less because people come pick the trees up. You can get 2 trees a person and they go really quickly. So it's a great event. So come out to that. Commissioner Whitley, do you want to mention your walkathon again on the same day?
Yeah, when you get through picking your tree, come on over to Mount Moriah, 10 to 12, Walk for the Cure, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, All's leukemia, breast cancer. All money is going to St. Jude Hospital. Just our 3rd walk, and just want to help those babies. So come join us, walk, or if you can't be there, make a donation. Thank you so much.
All right. So that's October 14th. So there's a couple things to do that morning into the afternoon. And finally, I do want to mention an opportunity that I had this past Thursday. I traveled to Robinsonville, New Jersey, with some of our BAPS friends here in town. And I had the opportunity to meet H.H. Mahant Swami Maharaj, who's the highest ranking official president of BAPS. Here's a picture of one of the events. I had got to speak at 2 events, and I kind of jokingly sent back a news article that was written in the Indian Eye, which has a really high circulation all over India, Brazil, Canada, and the US, where it said prominent mayors meet with Swami Maharaj. So I said, I'm prominent, but it all joking aside, I don't think it was so much the prominence of the mayor, but to have Matthews included in other cities that were represented. In the morning, I sat between the mayor of Jacksonville, Mississippi, and the CEO of Rackspace, who's a very wealthy man. Other participants were the mayor of New York City and some other big cities. So we were like the little fish there. I did present Swami Maharaj with a key to the city and a proclamation for his 90th birthday. And the reason BAPS wanted me to travel up to Robinsonville was because this same gentleman will be visiting our Mandir when it's built. So I encourage you to look online at the new Maha Mandir, which is what's built in Robinsonville. It's the largest Hindu temple in the Western Hemisphere. And it's just totally stunning. It's just unbelievable, all hand carved. It's really beautiful. And just for the record, I paid for this trip out of my own pocket, so no tax money was spent. I just went because I wanted to do it, and it was a really amazing experience. So check that out. There's a lot of nice articles online about Swami Maharaj and this temple. And that's all I have for the mayor's report. Town attorney report?
No report, Mayor.
Town manager report?
Just want to remind the board that the CMS community meeting on the bonds will be held tomorrow evening, October 10th, beginning at 5:00 at Matthews Elementary School in the media room. The public is welcome to attend. We had talked previously about having a completely separate meeting back at Town Hall. And so we did have that scheduled for just a minute. So unfortunately, that is in the paper right now. But we're going to work with them hopefully tomorrow to update that to help make sure that folks know that they need to go to the elementary school tomorrow at 5, not Town Hall later on in the week. So hopefully there will be a decent turnout for that. Thank you.
So please stop by if you have the opportunity, you're available. That would be appreciated. Let's go on to item 14. I'd entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318-11A4 to consider economic development and 143-318-11A5 to consider acquisition of real property. Meeting to include the mayor, all the board of commissioners, town manager, assistant town manager, planning director, and town clerk.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? You know, that motion didn't include the town attorney as well. You can stay. I know you really wanted to go. He was getting ready to. All right, so we now stand in closed session.